En el bicentenario de su existencia, el país se puso como meta fortalecer la institucionalidad ambiental a fin de propender un desarrollo sostenible para Chile. En 2012, con la publicación de la Ley 20.600, nacen los tribunales ambientales, órganos autónomos, especializados y de composición mixta, creados para conocer y resolver las disputas que les hagan llegar personas naturales o jurídicas que estimen que se han infringido disposiciones legales a través de actos ambientales del Estado o hayan sufrido daño o perjuicio en materia medioambiental. El Tribunal Ambiental está conformado por 5 ministros, 3 de ellos titulares y 2 suplentes. Es de composición mixta, es decir que en sus filas cuentan con 3 ministros abogados y 2 ministros provenientes del área de las ciencias. De igual forma, nuestro tribunal cuenta con personal de las más diversas áreas del conocimiento, pudiendo de esta forma incorporar una mirada más completa al momento de dictar sentencias, generando más certidumbre y confianza en que sus decisiones son armónicas con el desarrollo sostenible. La Ley 20.600 estableció la instalación de 3 tribunales ambientales en el país para atender a las macrozonas norte, centro y sur. El segundo tribunal ambiental, con asiento en Santiago, tiene jurisdicción en las regiones de Valparaíso, Metropolitana, O'Higgins y Maule. El Tribunal Ambiental ejerce el control jurisdiccional sobre las actuaciones del Estado en materia ambiental a través del análisis y resolución de reclamaciones de ilegalidad de actos de la Administración o demandas por reparación de daño ambiental. Además, autoriza algunas sanciones y medidas provisionales que la Superintendencia del Medio Ambiente establece para los proyectos fiscalizados. El segundo Tribunal Ambiental es una pieza fundamental de la institucionalidad ambiental de Chile, conformada además por el Ministerio del Medio Ambiente, el Servicio de Evaluación Ambiental y la Superintendencia del Medio Ambiente. Aunque no forma parte del Poder Judicial, está sujeto a la Superintendencia Directiva, Correccional y Económica de la excelentísima Corte Suprema. El segundo Tribunal Ambiental se ha posicionado como un pilar fundamental del acceso a la justicia ambiental en Chile, permitiendo resolver las controversias jurídicas y revisar los actos de la Administración del Estado en materia ambiental con la máxima rigurosidad, independencia y transparencia. Segundo Tribunal Ambiental de Santiago, comprometidos con la justicia ambiental.
In the bicentenary of its existence, Chile set the goal of strengthening its environmental institutionality in order to trend towards sustainable development for the country. In 2012, with the publication of the 20,600 Act, the environmental courts were born, independent, specialized bodies and of mixed composition, created to meet and resolve disputes that are brought to them by natural or legal persons or who claim that legal provisions have been violated through environmental acts of the state and who have suffered damages or harm in environmental matters. The Environmental Court is made up of 5 judges. 3 of them are holders and 2 are alternates. They are of mixed composition, that is to say that in their ranks they have 3 lawyers and 2 judges from the fields of science. The same way, our court has personnel from the most diverse areas of knowledge, being able to incorporate a comprehensive look at the moment of issuing decisions, generating with more certainty and confidence that their decisions are harmonious with sustainable development. The 20,600 Act established the installation of 3 environmental courts in the country to serve the northern, central, and southern macrozones. The second environmental court, based in Santiago, has jurisdiction over the regions of Valparaíso, Metropolitana, O'Higgins, and Maule. The Environmental Court exercises jurisdictional control over the acts of the state in environmental matters through analysis and resolution of claims of illegality of the administration and claims of reparations for environmental damage. Also authorize some sanctions and provisional measures that the Superintendency of the Environment establishes for the audited projects. The Second Environmental Court is a fundamental piece of Chile's environmental institution, also made up of the Ministry of the Environment, the Environmental Assessment Service, and the Superintendency of the Environment. Although not part of the judicial power, it is subject to the directive, correctional, and economic superintendence of the Supreme Court. The Second Environmental Court has positioned itself as a fundamental pillar regarding access to environmental justice in Chile, allowing to resolve legal disputes and review the acts of state administration in environmental matters with the utmost rigor, independence, and transparency. Second Environmental Court of Santiago, committed to environmental justice.
Authorities of the government, representatives of different international organizations, NGOs, speakers, academicians of the different areas of knowledge, friends that have all been connected to this transmission. Good morning. The chief presidents of the Second Environmental Court in Chile welcome you here today, and given the pandemic at world level, will be done on a virtual basis, and it will be presented in English as well as in Spanish. This forum was conceived in 2014 by the Second Environmental Court in Chile to be able to channel the need to have a periodic opportunity for dialogue and exchange of experiences in different matters related to environmental justice in the world. We would like to greet the Minister of the Environment in Chile, Ms. Schmidt, and she will be offering some opening words. Unfortunately, the video has no sound so far.
Estimados ministros, autoridades y panelistas.
Dear Honorable Justices, panelists, participants, I would like to thank you for participating in this Environmental Justice Forum and to congratulate the Second Environmental Court in this area, considering environmental sustainability from different areas. Our environmental organization was affected by the different situation, and Chile is a pioneer in the development of a specialized publication in this area. And I would like to highlight the important role of the environmental courts in Chile, that it has been acting in the resolution of these situations in Chile, having better protection of the environment. The work of our courts and the ruling have all become an important guideline in designing the public policy strategies and all of our administrative actions. The control exerted by this is enforcing the highest standards in our activities, and this includes important environmental activity, but I would like to express one, which is climate change. Climate change undoubtedly is one of the main threats that humankind is confronting. To struggle against this is an ethical imperative, and it has been the approach of our government. Right in the middle of the pandemic last year, in the middle of the year, there was a presentation of an international acknowledgement in the increase of the climate activities added to the new NDCs in the year 2020. We presented the carbon neutrality for 2050, and it was approved by the Senate in August last year. The law for climate change will have Chile having a constitutional framework for the long term that will overcome the different governments or surpass the different governments by leaving a clear road of our country to be able to reach an important activity for 2050. Considering the challenge that we have, the environmental justice will be very relevant, and our courts will be the participants in these activities in Chile. Much needs to be done, but we are moving forward with clear goals based on science, with a long-term view, as well as with sustainable development as the basis of our economic growth, social development, and the protection of our environment. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos así la disposición
We want to thank the Minister of the Environment, to participate in this opening ceremony. Through these three different activities of this forum, it became consolidated in Chile as one of the main ones in the region, having different honorable justices in the different areas at constitutional level as well as in environmental justice, linked to the different expressions of environmental law as well as national and international level. In this fourth version, the second environmental court focused in considering the most important activities that are in the international and national activities. To open this fourth International Forum on Environmental Justice, we would like to leave the floor to the Chief Justice of the Second Environmental Court in Santiago, Chile, Mr. Cristian del Piano.
Buenos días a todas y
Good
a todos.
morning.
En primer término, me gustaría
I
agradecer
would
cada uno de
first
ustedes
like to thank each of the presenters from different countries that have kindly accepted our invitation to participate here today and to share knowledge in this fourth International Forum for Environmental Justice and organized by the Second Environmental Court. I would like to thank each of the ones that have decided to provide their time to participate in this activity and being participating from the distance. And as well, I would like to thank each of the workers in this court that, given the different challenges that we're going through this time frame, they have made a tremendous effort to consider an event that has become an institutional tradition. This is also connected to the main essence of this activity. The choice of the word forum considers meetings that has to be adapted throughout the world in this past year given the sanitary emergency related to COVID-19. Given this challenge, in our first panel, we will be talking about the relationship or link between health and environment, especially looking for the choices or lessons that we can obtain from COVID-19 and which are the changes that we can view for the following years. The sanitary emergency cannot mean that we will leave out other structural organizations that has meant the activities of these past years, such as environmental activity. The litigation activities of the environmental issues in Chile and the rulings are many of the thoughts that means that there is still much idea harming our country. This is why our second panel will be fully dedicated to these activities. The idea of a forum is considering the existence of a discussion. Discussion means the concept that will be considering the future of our country in the future years. Now, considering a constitutional activity that we have not seen before. As a matter of fact, the parity in gender issues, as well as in this forum, and the reserved seats for indigenous people and the recently approved Constitutional Assembly is considering that this is a historic activity. The special protection of indigenous people coming from human rights is the important aspect of the third panel, as well as the incorporation of their view of the world within the legal activities in the world and what is going to be considered in a fundamental activity. The role of the environment in this activity and the institutional scheme that will be resulting is not only part of the environmental courts, but it should be considered by all of the Chilean people. And this is why the fourth panel we will be talking about constitution and environment in this area. And there is no discussion without exchanging ideas. And as considering the previous panels, panels 5th and 6th in this forum, we'll be talking about the environmental principles as well as to share the judicial experiences. The relevances of the environmental principles is considered in the law 19,300. In its history, it was expressed that this becomes a reference point to consider new environmental standards, but they can be used by the administrative authorities as well as the courts in interpreting the standards or laws in specific cases, especially when they are not clear enough or they leave area for discretionality. Now, considering that there will be different activities in the decision-making process, in each of the activities that will be presented in this forum mean that there are challenging subjects, such as the environmental courts in Chile. This is why it becomes very important to learn from the compared experiences, such as Honorable Justice Rafael Fernandez and Mary Kay Lynch are here in this panel, and they will be sharing their activities in their countries. So the contingency as well as the structural conditions are combined, establishing the invitation that we have for today and tomorrow. And it cannot be any different as this considers the relationship that exists between the contingency and the structural activities. We can just even consider climate change, but we're using it in daily conversations during the pandemic. And in climate change, as well as the pandemic, we have issues such as the economic environment. In the case of the pandemic, we can see how the world has made tremendous efforts to share the economic and sanitary aspects to be able to live with the virus and not stop the economy in full. But in these three different areas, mitigation, adaptation, and compatibility, sometimes it gives us the feeling that the world is putting tremendous efforts in sanitation, but climate change does not seem to be in the first line of the agenda. So maybe climate change should also be considered a pandemic. This is going to be left to thought. And finally, I would like to invite all of the participants to really be active in these exchanges through questions that undoubtedly will be making richer all of the activities that we have prepared for you. And I would like to mention that the participation that we have here today means that these instances, it doesn't matter how tragic the times, we'll find ways to overcome this and to maintain their own activities, such as establishing communities, to be able to exchange knowledge and to create discussions around ideas. I would like to end these words by opening the ceremony, by opening the Fourth International Forum on Environmental Justice. Thank you very much.
We thank Minister Del Piano for his remarks. The period of 2018 and 2000 of this forum have brought together a number of individuals from a variety of areas and different latitudes, as well as an audience of over 200 professionals and other individuals, people associated with environmental justice in our countries. This year, we are grappling with a pandemic that unfortunately has not enabled us to hold this event as we would have liked to. However, the court has been able to bring it to fruition virtually. COVID-19 is the topic that will kick off this fourth forum. Therefore, let me give the floor to our keynote speaker to address the topic of justice in the context of COVID-19. Let me give the floor to Marcelo Cort of PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization. He is the head of the Climate Change and Environmental Determinants of Health at the Pan American Health Organization. Dr. Marcelo Cort, you have the floor.
Perfecto, ¿me están escuchando y viendo la presentación?
Thank you very much.
Sí, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you all for this opportunity to address you here today to present a vision of from the prism of environmental health as a response to the COVID-19 crisis. I believe that the justice and two justices who have spoken before me have already referred to the importance of environmental health in this context of the pandemic and how we can also approach this in terms of the impact on climate change as well as in other areas, as the Minister of Justice has just noted. I'm very pleased to be here at this fourth International Forum on Justice, and it is important to note the concept of environmental justice as well as what we call in healthcare the equity or equality, and striking this balance between environmental justice and equity or equality in access to healthcare. Today, I would like to update you a little bit about the current status of the pandemic, although I would assume that all of you over the course of the last year have been glued to your TV screens, to social media, and that you are cognizant of this. And I guess I'm adding a bit of few twigs to the fire, as we say back in my home country of Uruguay. But nonetheless, because I represent the Pan American Health Organization, it's also important to look at what the official figures are with regard to this pandemic. But what I'd really like to focus on is this morning is what is the potential impact that this crisis can have in the Americas. I'm not going to refer specifically to the case of Chile. I will leave that up to the country experts to address what the context is domestically within Chile. But I do want to talk about what we are doing at PAHO in response to the pandemic. And the most important part of this presentation, I guess, is what both justices have mentioned, which are the lessons learned, the thoughts that we can bring out of this process of the pandemic, that we've been able to, conclusions we've been able to draw as a result of this last year and a half of this pandemic. Now, from the epidemiological perspective, we have to be precise. We have to say that 3 p.m. on Wednesday, the 12th of January 2021, I know that sounds a little nitpicking, but that is the way to present these official reports. PAHO's report, therefore, for that date indicated that there were approximately 90 million cases worldwide. And we had officially detected 90 million cases worldwide, and in the Americas, it was almost half. That is to say, 40 million cases of those cases officially registered or recorded happened in the Americas. Also, in terms of death, of the 1.95 million deaths that have occurred as a result of the pandemic, some 930,000 of those took place in the region of the Americas. Now, what does this mean for different countries across the region in terms of what has happened in the last 24 hours? That is to say, through this January 12th, we have the statistics that have seen over 1,000 new cases in the last 24 hours through 3 p.m. on the 12th, and we're talking again just about the Americas. That is to say, this is not worldwide, but just within our region, the Americas, north to south. And this includes a number of countries in terms of the number of cases, as well as the number of deaths. The number of cases is over 1,000. The number of deaths in the last 24 hours is over 100 deaths. Again, that is through the period of the 11th to the 12th of January. We also see the accumulated cases through January 12th, both the accumulated incidents per 100,000 inhabitants with, and we can see this in different colors that are going from 100,000 and different individuals through the pandemic, through December of 2019, through January of 2021. And what you can see on the smaller areas are all of the number of cases that we have seen in general terms. In the Americas, we can see a certain variation there that is that we have better interventions in public health, as well as in cases that are a result of poor surveillance or an inability to identify the different cases or the ability to perform effectively. So that is what we officially know, but I would not say that it is necessarily an exact, precise map of the situation of the pandemic, but it is what we can do to the best conditions possible with the data that we have available. We have done and seeing what the pandemic is within the impact on the environment to begin to understand again what this impact is on the environment and see what we can do immediately and as well as in the short and the mid term, locally, regionally, and at the global level. What we are seeing immediately in terms of what we saw when the pandemic started approximately a year ago is that there was a restriction in the monitoring. There were changes in these resources where the approach has been one of monitoring the environment, bringing together resources in a number of different categories, and we can there and see the environmental situation based on the first few months of the pandemic. And there's some countries, again, where we have had different waves of the pandemic, the first wave, second wave, and in some cases, even a third wave. That is the global level in terms of how we are monitoring the environment. And what we've seen immediately is that there's been an improvement, particularly the question of air pollution that has dropped as a reduction in traffic. I would imagine that in Chile, you've seen this as well. Of course, you have several cities that are very much affected by air pollution. I would imagine that in Santiago, you were able to perceive at the beginning of the pandemic a sharp decrease in air pollution because everyone was in full lockdown and there was less air pollution during that the winter time in Santiago. I think that is the same, but nonetheless, we are beginning to see issues with our water basins and pollution there, which is a result of discarded medical equipment, particularly masks and so forth. And this is also affecting our water quality. As a result, also, for example, of large numbers of disinfectants, overly excess use in some cases, especially in runoff, because people were not sure how to clean environments effectively without polluting the environment. We can also see this, therefore, both in the short and the long term. We expect that this will be a primary benefit for the environment because, as Justice Del Piano mentioned, there is greater awareness of the environmental situation, both in the context of environmental policies that we can see in the pandemic, as well as in Chile, the framework law on climate change can also take lessons learned and engage in environmental epidemiological research, as we've seen in the launch, for example, of the Lancet of Environmental Health and the Environment at the University of Chile. We've been able, therefore, to see the opportunities that exist for this type of research in countries such as Chile. Also, in terms of the environment, if we are more sensitive to these changes in policy, in the long term, we would expect to see changes in the environment itself that would be beneficial with reduced impact, that would improve the environment for all. We can see locally and regionally at the long term, however, there will be a short and mid-term reduction in the quality of particulate air in urban areas as individuals and institutions, once they return to the regular activities of the economic activity rather, and development, we will in all likelihood see, and we are probably already seeing in several cities, an increase in air pollution again, and we need to pay close attention to that quickly so that we can take appropriate measures, preventive measures that will ensure that this does not lead to untenable levels that will harm the health of individuals and do so to a severe extent. Now, what is the cooperation, therefore, that we as an international organization can provide in response to the pandemic? It includes lines of priority action and follow-on planning for each country, communication and participation of the community in identifying risks, surveillance, as you've seen, including rapid response teams to investigate certain cases. We're seeing this at points of entry, at ports, seaports, airports, and other points of areas such as bridges, triports as they're known, within the context of the international health regulations, improvements to domestic laboratories, prevention and control of infections, case management, and in general providing operational logistical support and maintaining essential healthcare services during the pandemic per se. In response, and for those of you who speak only Spanish, I apologize that the slide is in English. I picked this up from something that was published just yesterday, but you can see the response from the organization within the Americas in terms of the technical guidelines, the millions of COVID PCR tests that have been made available, as well as making available to 34 countries gloves and other PPE to protect individuals, including masks, gowns, goggles, and so forth. And also we can see how countries have prepared regionally with different plans, again, with the tests to identify this virus and this disease, again, depending on the methodology that is used and the capabilities that exist in the different institutions in terms of surveillance. Public environmental health in response to the pandemic has primarily focused on the topic of the transmission of the virus and its persistence in the environment, both in the air and in the soil and on different surfaces, to ascertain how it is being transmitted through the air and or whether surfaces are also capable of transmitting the virus. Also, secure management of water reserves, residual waters, as well as chemical waste products are also areas that we are looking at carefully, as well as systems of ventilation in closed environments. These are the 3 or 4 primary areas that we have been focusing on.
This is how we have established different recommendations for the countries that go from water, sanitation, and hygiene, and three different areas. In those areas that are related to water activities, sanitation, and health areas, and the communities. We For these three areas, we have different technical brochures that consider the different solutions for disinfection, how to handle the cleaning with the uh, cleaning staff in health areas, as we're focused in all of the areas related to the clinical and medical activities. But likewise, it is important to be focusing in everything related to the staff, including the cleaning staff, as they even become more important, as it means that they have to know how the cleaning has to be done, their personal hygiene. And we have seen in the past months, this becomes a key issue as well in how to discard the hospital issues, as well as the housing activities. And vaccination, we have seen by hearing the different areas from Honorable Judge Fernandez that we're waiting for the vaccine, but this vaccine will mean tremendous products that will be discarded. And most of our countries in the region do not handle properly all of these elements, and it could cause health issues, especially problems on how to prevent accidents or to prevent incidents. Uh, Such as maybe sticking a needle that could generate diseases for those people and communities that live not only in uh, different areas. And this is where we will be focusing in managing these products in the following months by publishing these brochures and training for the different countries, so that for these people that would like to be participating and obtaining more information, especially in the technical brochures, any warnings, alerts, and combination material, I would like to invite you to go to the website of our organization, where everything related to COVID-19 will be found in this area, where we have every information included, everything I mentioned as well. Likewise, you can see the different videos that we have for the community hand washing. I don't know if it has been the case in Chile, but one of the most important aspects that we have seen in different countries is the community considering very good activities in terms of their uh, of their issues, where different people have tried to consider non-ethical measures or not recommended measures at international national level, such as the use of the disinfection tunnels we have heard of, or chlorine dioxide that has meant black market, if you wish, in where improper information is provided to the people, and people obviously in the different communities, as long as they can consider that something can be done to improve their health conditions, and sometimes in a very sensitive situation, or maybe in a mental status that is not as good as it should be, they believe in these solutions, and they believe in non-realistic solutions, such as in some countries to establish incentives for the use of chlorine dioxide as a curing mechanism for COVID-19. I cannot talk about Chile because I've not heard any cases in this area, but for other countries, you can see it in the press. And this has meant that we will have to consider as sensitive issues. And I can imagine that the different courts in general and the environmental courts will have to consider how we can consider this within the different frameworks at ethical and legal level. And also where we have people that have been um, providing different situations to different countries. We unfortunately have had deaths of people that we all know. What are we learning then? What was just mentioned, this is one of the important lessons learned. First, and before showing the points that we have here, it is everything related to communication, but more than anything, it is the perception, communication. If it is not a two-way communication, then it does not work. We have seen how the community perceives the problems, how different communities with access to information, it means that access is not only through official means. We have seen that people in the past times are accessing information through different mechanisms, through social media, and we have to be very careful. We have to be uh, always very vigilant and to be perceptive to see how the communities, different people in their different contexts perceive the type of information that is provided to them. Environmental public health is a fundamental element for the protection of health, but unfortunately, it is lightly linked to the activities of the health sector. One of the most important problems that we have had in the past 20 years is that even though we have been able to strengthen the area of environmental protection, it has meant a weakening of the leadership of the health sector in the framework of environmental public health. And it is okay to have environmental activities being led by the environmental sector, by environmental protection, to have environmental courts, to have agencies for environmental protection. But what we really have to understand is that considering the environment from the health perspective is completely different to the view of the environment from the perspective of environmental protection. From one side, we see it from the public health perspective and always placing the person in the middle, but the environment always considers the environment in the center of their activity, and the person or health, it is just a co-benefit to environmental protection. These are completely different situations and they have to be seen in a more integrated fashion, in a more general view, where the sector considers a leadership and the coordination of environmental public health and works together jointly with the environmental protection sector. As previously mentioned, personal hygiene has limited presence of in cultural standards of societies, prevention and infection control, especially in health centers, has very limited resources, and how to manage hospital residue is very limited, and it is just starting depending on the country and within the countries depending on the region. I can imagine that this occurs also in Chile in an urban area such as Santiago. Maybe is very different to what can happen in the south or north of Chile, where the economic, social, and cultural situations are completely different, and where we are also learning about the knowledge of the community in safe management of chemical products is not proper, as mentioned earlier. And something important also is that ventilation, we see that is quite limited and it is very poorly maintained, especially in closed buildings and offices. And in the case where the energy cost is cheaper, there is no proper maintenance of the ventilation activities in the filtration gear that they should have in buildings. Also, there's very little experience in the use of early warnings for environmental epidemiology. Chile is an example at a research activities and basic research on how to manage, for example, residual waters as a early warning system. From University of Chile, we're working jointly with them and as well as in Brazil on how to create an early surveillance system to be able to use residual waters, municipal waters, where we see the COVID-19 virus in excretions and before it is detected in the communities. This provides us some area of 3 to 5 days to be able to detect a possible early outbreak of the disease. Same thing should be done for future outbreaks in the area of antimicrobial in general. And finally, I have general thoughts. And please, I'm sorry if I went over the time allotted, but I hope I did not bore you with COVID and the environmental management. But these final thoughts is we have to promote integration of public health within the health sector to strengthen the activities of the environmental public health entities have in terms of leadership and coordination of environmental protection, to provide the proper infrastructure of environmental services together with the health centers, and to participate in other sectors such as transportation, for example, or the industry through in health impact assessments, as well as it is being done at environmental impact level, to understand which is the environmental impact, and that the law should have an assessment of the impact in health when policies are created, so that proactively we can see which would be the impact in health that a project would have, and also to ensure the availability of the information on the indicators of public health, and that they should be fully integrated to the surveillance in health and environmental surveillance. And finally, as you can see on the slide, and as His Honorable Justice expressed, as well as the Environment Minister expressed, that there is a relationship and the lessons learned that this provide us. Climate change is no other thing than a pandemic that will last from 10 to 20 years, and we would have to see it like this. This is what's bad about it, but what is good is that it will not be as intense. But if we do not consider it in the same way, with as seriously as we're considering it right now at world level, we will be in a situation of 5, 10, 20 years where we will be thinking and saying, what did we learn from this? Where will we be in this situation? And this is where we want to be. But rather, this is the time for learning. This is the time for thinking, and this is the time to take action, so that from here to 10 years, when the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development is over, we can say we really were able to fulfill the Paris Agreement. We fulfilled the commitment with the communities, and we are on our way to go to a carbon neutral society, to improve climate change and to reduce the impacts related to climate. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I am open for any questions or thoughts that you might have. Thank you very much. We want to thank Dr. Cork for his interesting presentation.
And we would like to thank our judges for Germany, Australia, Colombia, and Spain, and the United States, Norway, and others, and particularly Chile, as well as representatives of international organizations for being with us. The key topics, of course, focused on the environment as healthcare, the indigenous peoples, Constitution, and the environment are topics that we have heard about and will be hearing about over the next couple of days. You can participate through the chat that has been opened for your questions for each of the panelists. These will be channeled through the moderator and posed throughout the remarks. Let me now introduce our first panel on health and environment that will be led by Marcelo Cork, the Unit Chief of Climate Change and Environmental Determinants of Health at the Pan American Health Organization, along with Soledad Garcia, Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the OAS, Professor Gerd Winter, Professor at the University of Bremen School of Law, and Angela Maya Arias. Our moderator will be Alejandro Ruiz, who is an attorney with the second tribunal at this court, who will be again moderating our session. Thank you very much. Welcome to this first panel on this fourth forum, International Forum on Environmental Justice. We wanted to, of course, address a topic that is of the utmost importance today, and that is the relationship between health and the environment. Whenever there is a natural disaster, the question always emerges as to what is the impact of human activity on this and the relationships and how human beings interact with that and what our responsibility may be. For this purpose, we have sought to introduce and bring international experts to bear on this topic to share their vision. As we have heard, of course, we will have an opportunity for Q&A through the panelists, through the chat on our tribunalconstitucional.cl website for this forum, and we will be posing these questions at the end. Let me remind the panelists that they have 20 minutes each for their presentations. You will be advised when you have 5 minutes remaining. Our first speaker will be Gerd Winter, who is connecting from Germany. He is a professor of public law and sociology of law at the School of Law of the University of Bremen. He runs the European Environmental Research Center, as well as a section of the collaborative research section known as State Transformation at the University of Bremen. His research focuses on 2 areas: procedure and administration decision-making within states of the EU and globally, and second, materials and instruments for environmental protection based on domestic international European law. Professor Winter, welcome, and the floor is yours for your 20-minute presentation.
¿Está sin micrófono?
Professor Winter, your microphone, you do not have a microphone. We are unable to hear you. We are unable to hear you, Professor. Professor, from the interpreter, you may need to select on the bottom of your screen down where you have the microphone button. There's a little upward arrow. You may need to activate or select the microphone. If you click on that arrow, you should be able to see an option that says select a microphone. We can see now that you are muted, but when you turn your microphone on,
Professor Winter, can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear you.
Professor Winter, we cannot hear you at this time.
Microphone device is not connected apparently.
Apparently your mic is not connected properly.
Can you try now?
Can you try it one more time? No, Professor, we cannot hear you.
Perhaps we can We can continue with the second presenter. So you can go second if that is not a problem for you. So we can solve the situation with the microphone.
Professor, we'll let our second speaker go first so that we can then allow you to fix your microphone issue. Soledad, are you in a position to take the floor?
Andrea?
Andrea? Andrea, are you ready to go? Very well, then. Yes, of course. Very well. Happy to do so. Justice, good morning. Let me just introduce you, Andrea, to follow protocol. Andrea Lucas holds a PhD in law and social sciences and from Argentina at the University of Cordoba. She has a master's from Heidelberg University as well as the University of Chile in international law. Thank you, Andrea, for helping out. And this is one of these things that happens when working online. Yes, indeed. I always log in early just to be sure. Yes, thank you very much, Justice, for that kind introduction. I thank the Second Environmental Court of Santiago and Cristian del Piano for this kind invitation, and I'm very pleased to be here with my colleagues on this panel. I know that we will be able to resolve the technical issues and learn the crisis that has taken root as of the coronavirus. It started, of course, in March of last year in our region, and as Marcelo has just explained, obviously the scope and its impact on healthcare, we are all very clear that as the months have gone by on the social, environmental, education, and other types of impacts that this pandemic has brought with it. And the challenges go far beyond the individual capacity and capability of states to respond to this unprecedented crisis, as well as the interdependence of potential solutions. The response obviously needs to be international and, as revealed, the interdependence of states in terms of preventing and mitigating the disease, not just for themselves, but for other states as well. In this context, we have seen that the crisis has brought neoliberalism to a breaking point, as it had been on the chopping block prior to the crisis as well. And we've been able to see the impact on the international order as well as a result of the pandemic and this heightened interdependence. So some groups such as the UN Security Council have been virtually absent from the discussion, and it is other institutions that have been brought to the forefront in terms of international cooperation. So when we talk about international governance of public health, obviously it's the WHO where we've all been focusing our attention in recent months with the international health regulations, again, which have been enforced since 2005. And this is the primary set of international regulations for the control of a pandemic. And there have been a lot of concerns about the limitations and the capabilities of the WHO itself. So the question then might be, what contribution to climate change, what contribution rather can public health make to climate change regulations? And I think this is the core issue before us here today. Now, there are some criticisms that the management of public health over the course of last year have been heard, but the question then is, again, what can climate change governance contribute to the healthcare crisis? Before responding, however, to this particular query, let me start by saying that both climate change and the healthcare crisis have a problem of perverse returns. And this is because they are both extraordinarily thorny to resolve. The complexity in the approach to both means that a single solution is not possible. In general, the international community doesn't, rather lacks a single set of regulations because of its naturally fragmented nature. So the response to the pandemic, whether it's COVID-19 or any other crisis, or as Marcelo said a moment ago, over the long term, we see that this dovetails with an understanding of how international cooperation works. Therefore, again, this puts the accent on the WHO that was unthinkable just a few years ago. I think that one of the primary discussions, even in our homes around our dinner tables, has been what is the World Health Organization saying about this? Again, unprecedented level of discussion. And it's also brought to the forefront other sets of international regulations, such as human rights. That is what specifically Soledad will be talking to us about in a moment. So the question is, what role has international law played? What role will it play? What happens with international trade? What happens and what is the impact on the approach to healthcare as a result, again, of this declaration by the WHO of the pandemic? So this set of questions and largely unanswered questions also leads to certain pessimism vis-a-vis the international order. I tend to be a very optimistic person, and that's why I believe that governance of climate change may make some specific contributions from its own experience to the governance of public health. So in that, there are perhaps three core areas. One has to do with the relationship between science and legal regulations. Second, legally protected goods and the international environment. And then a appropriate international legal framework that is flexible and responsive. Let me see or address now these three. The relationship between science and international law. I think this is perhaps one of the strengths of international climate law is the creation of the panel before the treaty was created. That panel of experts has also seen that the question, for example, of the 2 degrees, and that the IPCC set that level again before the treaty was even signed. So this type of information, this type of process that has contributed to international environmental law has particularly been the major contributing force to international climate change law. And if we look at the IPCC, we can see that we have scientists proposed by an interdisciplinary committee from all over the world, and they have very interesting backgrounds, very well-known scientists, well reputed by the scientific community, and based on the scientific information, because there is dissemination, again, I think throughout this. I think the member from Chile will be participating subsequently. The panel, of course, has a number of reports. We're expecting for 2022 a new report. So one of the keys to the success of this group, of this panel, is that we see this support for each report as well that is then distributed in each of the states. So this harmonious relationship between hard data on climate change and the legal system that has been forged in that context perhaps is one of the high points and one of the lessons learned that we can share with the healthcare sector, because obviously we need some sort of more reliable management of hard data. And I would expect that this is something that we'll be looking at in the future, again, based on the international health regulations. The second contribution that climate change can make to health governance has to do with legally protected goods that are protected or are important to certain countries. Now, this involves the cooperation of all of the interested states and parties. More international law is needed in this regard for topics that are not necessarily clearly international, but they can be perceived as global. Climate change has been described not as an international problem, but as a global problem. So global issues could be to protect the common grounds, that things that are typical or classical, such as law of the sea. And this is the same sort of approach that we might need to take to these international legally protected goods to help to stabilize emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. Again, that same sort of approach from climate change, that's a global objective, could be used in terms of determining the healthcare approach. And we can see that this is, again, a long-term objective and a global one by nature. This is something, again, once we get over the epidemiological process of this pandemic, that is certainly one of our long-term objectives and something as an international community that we need to be looking toward once the crisis per se is over. And as the Chief Justice just noted, it is one of the important things that is economic recovery is another one. So having response to the pandemic and the governance response, public health is important. Recovering public health is important, of course. But second or next will be global economic recovery, which is, of course, beyond the scope of this presentation. Now, when we look at the WHO, we can see that the definition of health is not just the absence of illness and an effort that requires regional, local, national, and international effort to be achieved, in summary. So when we're talking about, again, about international law, we have to take this into consideration. But if we look at domestic law, if good health is one of our rights, and it is under most constitutions, at least it is throughout Latin America, health is a right, therefore, in terms of domestic law. So again, climate change and health share this perspective of being legally protected global goods. And I'm sure we'll hear more about that over the next 2 days. The next thing that I think is of the utmost importance is multilateral cooperation. Cooperation must be timely, flexible, and targeted. But one of the criticisms that we've heard throughout 2020 has to do particularly with multilateralism and attacks on multilateralism. Some writers, such as Benham, say that if we were caught off guard by the pandemic, then we will also be caught off guard by multilateral cooperation, and that has been indeed the case, and it's forced us to rethink multilateral cooperation. The specialists say, Sans Peters says, for example, that the most recent multilateral treaty that looks at international cooperation is the creation of the International Criminal Court, the Rome Agreements. I would say the Paris Accords also, to a certain extent, is a multinational agreement that shows the importance of cooperation. Again, we see climate change in that context contributing to the rewriting of these rules of multilateralism. So I think, again, this is one of the things that where the area of climate change can make a contribution to international global health, to help avoid situations of authoritarianism, for example, which certainly could come to pass within the context of this pandemic, and ensure that the international community focuses on what comes in our next phase that has to do, again, with economic recovery. Therefore, there is a positive framework available, and one that provides opportunities for multilateral cooperation. Since the Second World War, this is when the context also of what the UN has been proposing. While negotiations have been perceived as extremely difficult or hard to bring to fruition and so forth, this is true, but at the same time, there has been progress. We have the COP, the Conference of the Parties, and while agreement is not easy, if you are persistent, you can reach agreements, as we have been able to do, for example, the replacement of the Kyoto Protocol and the Kyoto Protocol per se are all examples of how we've been able to negotiate agreements in terms of climate change, which affects the globe. And also, we can also, again, we see the Paris Accords are a clear demonstration of this, of our ability to negotiate over the long term. And this is certainly an example for international or global health. Therefore, I think this also, if we create a regulatory system, rather we have created a regulatory system that has been subject to review, again, in climate change, is a tremendous example, again, looking at the not only the initial agreements, but the reviews by the Conference of the Parties. Again, people talk about the Kyoto Protocol as something that was erroneous, but nonetheless, the important thing is to be able to correct mistakes. We have the Paris agreements that then are a clear demonstration of what can be done in terms of multilateralism. So again, the new thing that we're seeing in these nationally determined contributions allow states to work at their own pace. The contribution of Chile, of course, has been very important. Chile has presented those already, and there's a new standard, and Chile has already achieved its initial goals, and that was one of the commitments that the country had made, and this is a good thing. So multilateral cooperation has shown within the context of climate change that it is possible to create and to be flexible. So to conclude, I just want to note that while the problem of the pandemic are these problems that are certainly complex, as we've been seeing for many years, but there are many points where we can learn from previous experience of multilateralism in climate change. We certainly need to adjust our legal systems, our legal structure for international and global law. That's perfectly self-evident. And while 2020 has been a year that would have been hard pressed to be a worse year, nonetheless, we have reason and good reason for things will improve. Today, our epidemiologists, our experts have become household names this year. And we've seen tremendous strengthening of multilateralism, international cooperation, and international institutions than we had before. So, therefore, I believe that this cooperation between science, public health, local law, international law needs to be improved. But again, I believe that there are significant contributions that the international climate change process can contribute to make this international global health process flow more smoothly. Hopefully, again, with the greening and hopefully within an appropriate economic context. But the target is to overcome this pandemic and leave lasting institutionality and governance for the future. Again, I would suggest that this be inspired by international climate change regulations. Crises are always an opportunity, as we know, and therefore I would hope that things will be fruitful for all in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Andrea. Very interesting, the notation between climate change and others. And I would like now to go to Professor Winter's presentation. He was already introduced, and he is professor of the University of Bremen. Professor Winter, you have your 20 minutes and you have the floor. We again have problems with the microphone. I believe we will have to
make contact with you in order to solve the problem with the microphone. Queremos pedirle gentilmente a Soledad.
We would like to request Soledad if she can connect right now for her presentation. Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. We are all doing great, and please let me introduce you first before offering you the floor. Soledad Garcia Munoz is participating in this forum from Argentina. She is Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights of the SRESCR, and she is Vice President of the International Executive Team Amnesty International and President in Gender and Diversity. She has worked as consultant in different agencies of the United Nations and the OAS, the Human Rights of Point University in Chicago, and she has also worked in the prosecutor's office in Republic of Guatemala. Thank you very much, and thank you for your flexibility. No, it is my pleasure. Thank you very much for the invitation to this important event. Congratulations for organizing this. It is tremendously important, and it is putting together two subjects that undoubtedly are in the heart of my mandate. So I am very happy to be sharing with Professor Andrea Winter, with the Chief Justice Christian, with you, Alejandro, and with everybody that is here with us today. Certainly, I will follow with the same line that Andrea was talking about and her analysis. I fully agree with it. And it is in this sense that my thoughts about my mandate, and I would like to briefly present, coming from the indivisibility and interdependence of human rights. Everything that is guiding us from the foundation of the mandate 3 years ago. This is the second special rapporteur activity created by the Inter-American Human Rights Organization. First one created more than 20 years ago to be able to promote freedom of speech uh, and the American states. And I have the honor of having been chosen to start working with this and designing the agenda of this activity. It is a mandate that was focused in different activities. And I decided to create a holistic agenda that would place right in the center the interdependency, interconnection, indivisibility, interrelationship of all human rights. It is in this sense that I believe it is very important to place an emphasis in the relationship that exists between the preservation of the environment and the respect to human rights, specifically from a view that is in the context of the pandemic. So the rapporteur is an independent office of the Inter-American Department. This is the main group of the OAS that has the promotion and protection of human rights throughout the different organizations, as well as the special rapporteur in this area. We work with all of the mechanisms of the activities in protection and case systems and monitoring, and we have been especially working among the different areas of this committee and the COVID-19 group. It has been created to coordinate the responses and due to the situation of the pandemic. In the work that we do from our office, we have been having a very active participation throughout these responses, given that the rights that are in charge of this mandate are in the midst of the uh, situation of the pandemic. In this very sad context, it gives us the possibility to strengthen the message and our mission of helping build an agenda that is comprehensive in terms of human rights in the region, a region that is the one with very tremendous inequality in the region. The poverty and inequality reaches numbers that are really tragic, and even more than in this context. And ICLEC has been studying uh, and it is for millions of people, poverty, extreme poverty, unemployment. And this is why I would like to emphasize these important activities of the committee that try to guide these difficult efforts, as it is a context that has surprised the states, the civil society, the citizens, and for each one of us as well. We have been able to develop some guidelines and important resolutions. 1-2020 in pandemic and human rights for the Americas is this comprehensive and intersectional perspective with recommendations that are provided in terms on how to provide the right to health in the center of the activities of the states, as well as the environmental, cultural, or uh, rights. And for 2020, we are really pushing from the Special Rapporteur Department. This is a very new tool that through a comprehensive intersectional activity considers states that using these international tools will favor the protection of people in COVID-19 from a very wide view, including not only those that are a case, either symptomatic or asymptomatic, but also their family members. And this resolution, and here again, we have this interdependency between health and environment. It's the social determinants that are directly affecting health, such as access and quality of drinking water, the income level of people, quality of life, access to nutritious food, and even the conditions in which people are living. It is a tool that is quite innovative or novel that a part of systematizing the standards proposes different guidelines that are promoting a focus on human rights in the decision making process of public policies. We are promoting this comprehensive or holistic view of human rights, and I believe it is the pandemic from a more optimistic view, if you wish, that we have to consider the situation. It is trying to have a need in promoting the human rights from this perspective, this indivisibility as well, that has to be considered by the authorities, institutions, and those that are in charge of the governance of our societies, especially throughout this pandemic period of time that is really showing the injustice and inequality of our society. So from here on, the situation of environment and human rights in the American continent is also worrisome for the Commission. Deforestation, the lack of soils, reconversion of the soil for agriculture, the expansion of human population, settlements and infrastructure, intensification of cattle production, among other actions, are all existing in these parts of the continent, as well as fires and others, and they're all linked to labor. And there means also that there is extreme violence where the defenders of the land and other areas are fully exposed to really losing their lives for playing their role. In our region, it is the one that has highest risk in the world when compared to international data for the defenders of nature and environment. So seeing this scenario, we cannot think about repeating all these actions and thinking that we will obtain good results. This pandemic is just showing how human health is strictly linked to the health of ecosystems and how we should put all our effort in protection and restoration of nature as an investment in the long term. That undoubtedly the only thing is to consider a recovered world of pandemic. I don't like to talk about post-pandemic because unfortunately we are still very far from this. And more than pandemic, I think we should be using the term that is already being used by different scientists, syndemic, and it is a group of diseases that are all harming the humankind and are precisely having origin in environmental contamination and climate change and the harm that we're doing to nature, basically, for the and Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, this is very important, and it is considering the autonomous activity of rights. It is important to express, but the environmental issue is always present in the area of discussion of the system, specifically in those situations that are all related to the protection of indigenous peoples and their relationship with territories, even though this is still a pending activity to consider the issues of climate change and its effects in human rights from a wider perspective. There are uh, regulatory background that are considering protection of environment and nature. This is why from my mandate that has an A of environment in Spanish, the first organization created with this wording including environmental rights, and that it also considers the desire of the civil society in the Americas to consider the environmental rights as human rights. We are establishing the priority of the environment, as already mentioned, and in the second mandate, we are moving forward in new standards that mean that climate change was presented by the United Nations and the OAS. We are carrying out a project, and we have Professor Winter from Germany with some support of the German cooperation, especially with the Handelsball Association, in in developing new standards that provide an idea to the states on how to consider the environment as a human rights, and that from the inter-American legal framework with the opportunities of development that are offered. It is in this sense then that in my first mandate last year, we published the first report on the inter-American standards of human rights. And this first report is quite relevant as it has one section considering the role of the states in climate change, and I would like to present it right here. The right to a healthy environment in our systems is considered in Chapter 11 of San Salvador Protocol, as well as the Inter-American Charter is expressing a healthy environment in its Article 15, the American Declaration of the Rights of the Indigenous People 2016, Article 19, as well as the Social Charter of the American. The resolution also expresses the environment, and the Consultative Opinion 23 of 2017 of the Inter-American Court is very important in this aspect, that expresses or considers a healthy environment very clearly and as an autonomous right in Article 26 in the San Jose, Costa Rica Pact, something very similar and closer. We find it, and the court establishes in this sense the instruments of environmental governance, which is the application of access to Principle 10 in the Rio Declaration and the Escazú most recently. And this has been very important, and we hope that this is very important for the Caribbean and in this area, and in the case of Los Reyes in 2016. And I could be talking much about this, but my timing, Alejandro, probably is almost over, right? On how much of this inter-American activities has been working in the environment, and undoubtedly we are intensifying in this concept of the pandemic. Again, climate change is a full priority for my mandate and for the commission. The commission itself has adopted precautionary measures to be able to protect not directly the environment, but the right to health, and as well the environment in the indigenous communities in Peru, San Pedro, or in the case of contaminated or polluted rivers like Mesapa in Honduras or a river in Mexico. So I think in this sense, much has to be done in this area with national institutions that are as important as yours. And in this sense, I would like to take the opportunity again to highlight the importance of the different environmental courts in Chile, and to be closing in terms of the context of pandemic. I would like to mention that together with my colleagues in the United Nations, Rapporteur David Boyd, we were calling the states of the Americas to strengthen and not weaken the protection of the environment through the pandemic of COVID-19, understanding that this pandemic is expressing a very frail position of the countries in the Americas, how this is considering the inequality activities, and how in the areas that have more contamination and higher deaths as of COVID-19 is where discriminated people live. So this is why I also believe we have a tremendous task ahead of us to use all of the legal, political tools that we have at hand, and scientific ones, as Andrea was expressing, and that was also part undoubtedly of all these new standards that the Commission is developing in the framework of the context, by placing right in the middle the scientific evidence as a tool and bioethics as important tools to ensure human rights and also to protect the environment in this very hard context, but as well as full of opportunities. So I would like to leave you now without not mentioning the process that you're going through in Chile and the full willingness that we have to provide in the discussion about these subjects and rights in the context, wishing that the seminar is fully successful for human rights, and I would like to thank you.
Muchas gracias, Soledad. Muy interesante tu palabra, sobre todo esa reflexión respecto al
Thank
mundo.
you very much for those thoughts, particularly your thoughts about the post-pandemic world and how we have to learn to live with it. I understand that you have some time restrictions, so it may be that we will not have you with us for the Q&A, but that is fine. So thank you very much. Let us turn to the presentation by Marcelo Cort. Marcelo has been introduced. We know that he is the head of the Pan American Health Organization's Climate Change and Environmental Determinants, and he will be presenting again on this panel. The floor is yours, Marcelo. Thank you very much, Alejandro. I hope that you can hear me well, and thank you for your remarks to the Justice. And once again, following these previous presentations, undoubtedly, I'm not going to address the perspective of law. That is not my strength. I am an expert in public health, so I would like to focus on international law from that perspective. And I've learned a lot already from these other remarks. And I'd like to therefore focus on how, from a public health perspective, we can make use of these legal instruments to carry forth an international and multilateral agenda, as Andrea said a moment ago. And of course, from PAHO, we can continue to contribute to these regulations. On the question of public health, I wanted to talk a little bit about how we at PAHO see health and the environment. To give you just an example, the Americas, as you notice, my colleagues have said, this is a region that is not just one. This is an incredibly diverse region. It is a region with tremendous differences, inequalities, socially, economically, environmentally. It is extremely complex culturally as well, with a vast array of types of cultures and socioeconomic conditions and inequality north to south. And so many of these are associated with inequities, as we call them in healthcare, or things that are patently unfair in terms of healthcare. And we understand that these have to be addressed also not only domestically, but internationally. Now, what is the status of these known and avoidable risks, environmental risks in the region? We can see that in high income countries, 13% of premature deaths are attributable to these known and avoidable environmental risks. That's 19% in lower and middle income countries, which means to approximately 1 million people a year who are dying prematurely as a result of these known and avoidable environmental risks. And if we look carefully at this, we can see also similar numbers in terms of the pandemic, but we don't have these day-to-day figures as we've seen over the last year in terms of the environment. And we can also see that we're seeing about 1 million premature deaths per year, again, as a result of these avoidable and known environmental risks, again, similar to what we're seeing in the pandemic. And I believe that the pandemic has also shown us quite clearly the responsibility, the relationships between human elements, plants, animals, and the entire interconnected health system. There is a relationship between environmental health, human health, and animal health, and among others. So how do we then translate the knowledge that we've acquired through the pandemic into concrete actions within the context of law that we can see that is involving or makes it possible to take environmental conflict or environmental public health conflict into the courts on the one hand, but also looking at law in terms of the healthy environment and so forth. Toward that end, we need to see what some of the barriers are to good environmental public health. In our region, there are a lot of barriers that we've seen over the last 20 or 30 years that have to do with governance and public health, particularly environmental public health, because in this area we have policies that are very often ambiguous. There are gaps in several countries where the interpreters are having issues with the audio at origin. We've lost a couple of sentences. The speaker apologizes for his unstable internet. He says that he will try to speak more slowly to hope everything comes through. Returning to the presentation, we can see, therefore, that these barriers to good governance involve policies of public health and public health in the environmental perspective that do not consider public health and vice versa. Very often we see that the vision is just one for protecting the environment without connecting that to public health as well. We know also that there is a lack of coordination with other relevant sectors. Obviously, environmental health has to be associated with public health and coordinated with other sectors, particularly we should see that environmental protections should come within the context of universal health, or what is known as universal access to health within the context of access to primary health care. These environmental healthcare systems, and certainly Chile is an example of this, of what can happen in terms of a shortage of prepared, trained professionals, resources, financial and others. Let me give you an example of something that happened yesterday in the context of framework law on climate change in Chile. A colleague from the Ministry of Health said that while within the context of climate change includes all sectors, it is not clear where the financing from other sectors would come from within the framework of this framework law on climate change. Then it's not clear whether they can act, for example, in public health through this regulation to reduce the impact of things stemming from the environment, the impact of things stemming from the environment. And lastly, also, we see that there is a misunderstanding in certain policies, for example, the impact of a transportation policy, how that could impact public health, and what the interactions are there. And there are interactions, but it's not unique. Just for example, in transportation, while you include air quality, or in public transport, this may be included, you don't very often look at where the public transportation service will be located. When they're planning for that, they don't take into consideration the location of public health services, both in urban, but particularly in rural areas. So what is therefore the opportunity that we have before us? I would say that it is the 2020 Sustainable Development Objectives and goals. The multilateralism that we have is this 2030 agenda. The SDGs are, again, 17 SDGs that are intimately related to other goals that from the healthcare sector are what we called healthcare determinants, and in this case, environmental determinants of health. That's clean water, sanitation, wastewater control, actions on behalf of the climate, and responsible consumption, among others. Now, how does all of this interact? As I mentioned a moment ago, and Andrea and Soledad also addressed the topic of the legal framework, the WHO in its bylaws defines healthcare as enjoying the maximum level of health that is attainable as one of the fundamental rights to health. And within the framework of PAHO and within the WHO, there are a series of values that include social inclusion, equity in health, legitimacy, freedom, and solidarity among countries. And that's all well and good, but how do we translate this into action? And we see this, there's a very delicate balance between protection mechanisms, the framework of economic, social, and other rights, but also in terms of empowerment, that is that of responsibility, individual empowerment and protection, social, collective, and looking into the future, the responsibility that we have. At the end of the day, that is what is going to lead us toward sustainability. What responsibilities do we have today looking toward the future? And that can be whether, of course, it's from the healthcare perspective, focusing on each of their specific contexts, because we cannot engage just in general statements. We've worked very hard on our generalities, but we also need to learn to work specifically, to be well structured, so that in the understanding that not all children are vulnerable in the same way, not all women are vulnerable in the same way. It's not just children that are living in situations of vulnerabilities, it's children that may have certain disabilities who live in certain locations, in specific spaces. What is the context for that? How can we address this from a multi-sectoral, comprehensive approach at the primary, secondary, or tertiary levels? And therefore, within the context of the 2030 SDGs, when we look at the strategy, we can see the worldwide health strategy approved by the WHO with a strategic plan approved again by the member states for the period 2021 to 2025 that has certain specific initiatives for determinants. In 2020, we established this worldwide strategy on health, environment, and climate change. And that means that as the regional subsidiary at PAHO, we also have our own document for the decade within the region. This has elements that, of course, come from a committee on inequalities and health in the Americas, as well as the report from the Committee on Universal Health that give us the necessary inputs and the principles and values of the right to health, and particularly equality and equity in health, to be able to carry forth and move forward this agenda. We also, of course, have our multilateral agenda, as Andrea mentioned a moment ago, to carry out this initiative in the context of the Paris Accords, the UN Framework Agreement on Climate Change, and so on and so forth. And so we do have these legal tools to move forward regionally on this regional agenda within the Americas. Within the framework of this world strategy, you can see on screen what our strategic objectives are. We have our goal, which is to reduce both illness and inequality in healthcare attributable to environmental risks in the region. And our goal is to strengthen the capacity of healthcare actors in all sectors to approach to environmental determinants, placing an accent on people who live in vulnerable conditions. So again, we're looking at people who are living within the healthcare system rather, and outside of it, and tying these things together and focusing on the specific context to understand what the conditions of vulnerability are that are being experienced, so that we can take the specific and necessary steps. That is why we are working on 4 specific areas at the macro level that are really seeking to improve these environmental and public health programs by strengthening leadership of governance through appropriate public health policies based on international agreements and accords that have been approved and ratified by member states, and the strengthening of the workforce in the area of public health, improvements in terms of all of this to improve the essential services of environmental public health that should exist, also in providing policy, surveillance, communication of risk, and so forth, and 2 essential strategic points that have to do with actions, both within healthcare, that is, to provide for resilient, environmentally sustainable approaches, so that, for example, healthcare establishments will have appropriate waste management and clean water, so that they can be resilient to climate, so that they have appropriate infrastructure as well, so that they can also have the ability to be resilient to climate, to environmental alerts, for example, of heat waves, or the water quality, the air pollution. And at the same time, we from the healthcare systems know that we have the responsibility to mitigate climate change and understand what the carbon footprint is that our healthcare systems are making. Very often, we don't think about the significant contributions that the healthcare system can make to carbon footprint reduction. If we look at the National Health Service of Great Britain, for example, that is our gold standard, as we say, in terms of environmentally sustainable and resilient healthcare systems. Some 8 to 10% of carbon emissions are associated with healthcare systems worldwide. We're talking about not just hospitals, but also transportation, pharmaceutical industries, as well as food industries that are linked to healthcare. So, how do we take all of this into our cities, into our communities in a healthy, resilient fashion, working hand in hand with other healthcare programs and sectors to promote those environmental health policies that need to be and approaches that should be included within the context of sustainable development. At PAHO, we believe that this is our call to action. It is a shared responsibility. There's a call to action for international law to provide appropriate tools, moral ethics that will enable us to have this call to action to bring international law together with healthcare so we can reduce inequalities, so that we can bring it together with environmental justice, so that we can understand the linkages and create alliances for knowledge and action as well as for stakeholder participation. From the national authorities, regional authorities, local authorities across all sectors, as well as the community, both at the private and public sector level, working hand in hand with the international organizations that continuously seek to provide guidance and orientation to countries, as well as technical cooperation as needed to provide tools and policy mechanisms to allow for these results so that by 2030 we can see full dovetailing and the attainment of all of the SDGs. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marcelo. You have presented us with many challenges, specifically how to make environmental protection more efficient, as well as health protection, by avoiding duplicity and in situations such as this one. We will now go to a Q&A round, and it will be presented to Andrea as well as Marcelo. Professor Winter has not been able to connect, and his presentation will be given later on. We have a question for Andrea. Which is the governance model that should be implemented when considering risk, and whether this should be global, local, or multi-level? Thank you very much, Justice, and to who asked this question. I always think that, specifically thinking about climate change, the need of a multi-level approach is what is needed. As I was expressing in the second pillar of the contribution of the climate change um, activities, this is considering a common good, which is climate change. But this approach also requires or is included in the climate change phenomena, and this should be multi-level. And this is how it becomes an evil issue. It is very hard to consider with a just one level view. It could not be considered from an exclusive perspective of the international community and could not be done by the national state either. Therefore, a trend that we can see in certain problems that arise in our societies. And this is related to the risk of living in a society. And of course, the pandemic has confronted us to this risk, which is a virus that is not possible to control, nor from a country or a region or a continent, but rather we require a community and an approach from different perspectives. And it is important to strengthen that it is from specific activities. And that is one of the problems that a pandemic is presenting, which is the level of accepted risk as a society. And undoubtedly, what we are willing to live with in a society in Latin American countries is not exactly the same as the risk level that those citizens that live, for example, in developed countries. And it is one of the challenges at multi-level that exist, and how to reconcile these different approaches from the perspective of international societies in terms of risk, and how the national and international societies are willing to go through. And of course, we go back to the multilateral challenges. Marcelo was explaining very well. These are challenges as you are expressing, and it has to be done at multi-level, which is what I can respond right now. Thank you, Andrea. I have a question for Marcelo. Yes, I am here. I just turned off the video because of my internet connection. I am here. The connection problems were only at the beginning of your presentation. The final part was perfect. Thank you. Okay, the question that we received is, how has the COVID emergency affected the satisfaction of guarantees of quality, quantity, accessibility to the rights of water, to water? The right to water. Yes, that is what you said. Yes. Mm, it is a wonderful question. This is something that we saw it with the rapporteur of the United Nations to the rights to water. Everything related to water and sanitation has had quite a sensitivity in the past years, as we have probably not seen in other times. But as Andrea also mentioned, in terms at multi-level, we are seeing these multi-level sensitivities, and it depends on the sector that we're working with.
Mea culpa. Muchas veces
I can even say it's a mea culpa that in the health sector, the health centers do not have the same importance, or do not measure it as the same in the same importance level as a sanitation agent have to exert on their activities. Probably one of the main problems that we have seen this year in the dialogue with different sectors has been the different languages that exists between the community, the health sector, and the water and sanitation sector. Maybe at macro level, the language is the same. If we go to detail, there is no clear understanding on how to understand water and sanitation. And this is happening in health centers that we are requesting them in some cases for the Caribbean countries, for example, that when going through their sanitation, they have to at the same time go through conservation of water because they do not have enough water. If, for example, you see the guidelines that you have received, or maybe the posters that you have, and this is an example: wash your hands for 50 seconds with water and soap, right? Great. We see it everywhere, but what do we do in those countries that do not have water? We have to give them the same message. And this is why it is so important to be focused in the specific context. And this is why multi-level in specific context is important, not only at national level. But look, Chile, for example, Chile that has always rainfall in the south, it is not the same for the north of the country. And this is where we consider context of right, the legal context, the political context, and the messages that we provide to the population. They are all have to be related to the context that we're going through. So it is very complex, but if we are learning something, it is exactly this: how we have to learn how to be specific, how we have to be working at multi-level and working from the local to the international level. But what is our duty? Not to try to just be internationalist at local level and local in the international level. Each situation has its own space and we have to respect it. Thank you, Marcelo. Very true. This pandemic is really stressing us all in different activities. Andrea, I have another question for you. Which would be the role of the national judges in the governance process that are implemented when considering the risk of COVID? It is a challenging question. I will just express an opinion here. I believe that COVID as a pandemic involves every power in the state. We first tend to think that it is in the hands of the executive power, but those first measures, it is done by the Congress participating. But as all these problems are at multi-level and this level of complexity are considering the national judges, this is where it is necessary to have the judiciary, of course, working with justice. And in many analysis, we have seen how the national states have confronted COVID and which have been the responses. And the responses should only be at administrative level and sanitary measures subject to these sanitary measures, and how other countries or some states, even Chile, have considered that they needed to consider the legal code, for example, to be able to consider certain actions that were thought to be necessary to control with regard to the pandemic. Evidently, then, these national responses should go together with a judiciary that at the same time is willing to interpret these standards that were presented by the beginning of April or even May, like in the case of Chile, and as reasonable as possible. So again, we go back to the first question. The risk level that the pandemic has presented is very high, and the response of the society, of each state, has been different. But if this goes together with a legal power that is willing to harmonize and apply and see the specific cases in which the application of these measures have been that even can be uh, can have a criminal character, we will be transferring this in the longer term. This is my first idea, thinking about this criticism that some measures have been taken in considering the pandemic and that were considered in the modifications to the criminal code. This provides a face to the repressive power of the state. So to be willing to see for each specific case, they are the ones that have to define the fundamental rights that are here at stake, which is Soledad. Probably, if she is here, can provide a better response, but it is what I believe should be happening in this case. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much. And yes, judges do have an important role in this area. Marcelo, I have one last question for you. How to satisfy the right to health in a context of a pandemic, considering the situation of indigenous people in Latin America, and whether you know of any experiences that you can use as an example. Wow, that is a very small question. Well, you have 20 more minutes then. Wait, let me go get my children because that's why internet's not working. I think that right now and in this very minute, what we have seen from our organization, and it has met a tremendous line of thought of what a right to health means, and working together with the advisor in health and that the work in the Congress, we've been able to see that the right to health, how to translate this in specific activities and to populations and their understanding. The only thing that I can say here is that we all agree that we have to establish a democratic leadership in terms of a right to health. And this democratic activity is not only voting, and this means an action, an activity and leadership. And as an example, I have a case that we have seen more in the US, just to provide a specific example of what you mentioned. Indigenous people in the US that have a characteristic within the federal framework and do not have to be fully guided by the federal laws, but rather they also use their internal laws and the reservations. They have been acting according to their culture, and it has been seen that some of them, because here's where we have the state framework and the other frameworks, which is the legislation within the indigenous territories. We have seen that in the specific case, there were two indigenous people, one in the state of Oklahoma, very close to Tulsa, where they have been acting in the pandemic as no other state in the US. So they're indigenous leaders that have considered the right to health in a completely different framework of what we hear in the average of the US, that where there is no universal health law and access to health is provided mainly through the private sector, and the public system is for the extremely poor or for it's either Medicaid or Medicare for those that are retired as well. in the reservations or the indigenous territories that do have their own health system, as in the US, the health system is more of a local system. It's the Cherokee population has had the lowest cases of COVID and the lowest number of deaths of all of the populations. Specifically, if we see it with the population that exists in the US, as their public health measures have been done with their own leaders, with their own communities. And I think that example is really describing how we should see this. I would like to go back to the first question. There should be a clear leadership at national level, a clear leadership at international level, clear leadership through the regional authorities, and also clear leadership at local level, either indigenous or rural or urban, and that this has to be a democratic leadership to allow solutions to be according to those people and those cultures. Thank you very much, Marcelo. Undoubtedly, this situation is putting to test all of the leadership at national or international level or even local level. I would like to especially thank you and Andrea for your participations, for your kind responses to the different questions. And now we have a Professor Venter connected now, and we'll see if now it works. But again, we are setting you free so that we can go to the last part of the panel. Thank you very much.
Gusto de conocerte.
Gracias, igualmente. Mucho gusto. Lo escuchamos con mucho gusto. Muy amable. Muchas gracias.
Very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Professor?
Professor Winter, do we have
Professor.
good news with you? Can you hear me? Because we can't hear you. Bueno, aparentemente no hemos sido capaces de solucionar nuestros problemas técnicos.
Apparently, we have not been able to solve our technical issues, so we will have to leave Professor Winter's presentation for a subsequent time slot. On that, therefore, we would close out this panel, and we would endeavor to include him on a subsequent panel so that he can address the audience. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Justice. We thank all of our speakers for this first panel on our fourth International Forum on Environmental Justice. We're going to take a break and come back with our second panel on climate change. We will come back at noon at 12 o'clock. It is 11:30 now in Chile, so we'll take a 30-minute break. And we will come back at noon Chile time for our next panel at this fourth International Forum on Environmental Justice. Thank you.
with more than 100 scientists, and I was leading it. Chile updated the NDCs, including that commitment of carbon neutrality. And Chile as well proposes a a law framework of climate change that was part of the government's activity, and it does by now include by law carbon neutrality, as also it is including an advising scientific committee. So these are some of the milestones that have occurred. I would see that it was a very important synergy in in terms of already being in the presidency of COP25. One of the specific aspects that we dealt with, this was divided in different work tables, and one of them was related to mitigation and energy. This work table worked together with the ministries in charge of the update of the NDC, and there's a report, and many of the concepts already mentioned are included in the NDC. And I would dare say that this is mostly because there was this joint work done with the scientific committee. These are Chile's emissions separated by different sectors, and you can pay attention to the black line. You can see that it ends in year 2016, and it's kind of noisy, but Chile is basically in the past decades, in the past years, is increasing the emissions as most of the countries in the world. When Chile then is committed to being carbon neutral, it's a commitment of changing that curve, and implementing an important amount of measures that will be changing the path of the development or normal development without this commitment. And these are some of the elements. We have the carbon budget, the peak year, and those measures that many of them are seen in the NDC. So there is a development, and you can see that science through the IPCC 1.5 report and scientific work, these concepts have been implemented within the national policies. Now, furthermore, I would like to talk about uh, the role of CR2, which is a resilience. It's the Center for Climate and Resilience Research that is funded by our scientific agency in a program that is called priority areas, meaning that at some point the country thought which were the priority areas of the country. Climate change was among them. And as of then, we exist, and it's been already 8 years. This is a these centers of priority areas is to produce science, e- excellent science through very robust scientific activity with tremendous commitment of offering science as a public good and through open and transparent science. I would say these are the pillars that we have in the CR2. Now, it is in this context that as of the year 2019, we developed an observatory of the climate change law, and it has been led by Pilar Moraga, a lawyer, and she's a professor in the School of Law in University of Chile, and works in the Center of Environmental Crisis. I can't remember the name, I'm sorry. But this observatory of climate change law has been doing follow-up to all the stages of the law. You have 5 minutes, Nisa. Yes, as a matter of fact, this is almost my last slide. The observatory has been going through the follow-up, and it is entered to Congress in 2020. It is approved in August 2020 in the Senate, and in October, the minister proposes to the Environment Commission of the Senate, the one that has to move forward in the discussion and resolving the indications that were presented to the project in general, that CR2 should participate as a technical advisor to help in solving those activities. As what I understand, it is the very first time that a research center participates in as close to the development of a law, the creation of a law. And it has been a very interesting work, highly challenging, that is taking many hours, but the CR2 considered this as it is part of what CR2 believes in. We are convinced that it is a law that is in urgent need, and there is a window of opportunity while Chile is still in the presidency of the COP to be able to move forward in this line. In the past 2 minutes that I have, in the last 2 minutes, excuse me, that I have, I would like to comment on something that I believe it's quite evident, and it is during 2020, we went through and we still are going through a pandemic time, a pandemic that at some point could have left behind the discussion of climate change during 2019 in Chile specifically, with the COP, and the climate change discussion was always in the public discussion. And with the pandemic, we could have thought that it was not being considered. But as I already mentioned, it is not like this. Many things happened last year. What I am showing you here is the black line are the global emissions of the world. I previously showed you the ones from Chile, and it is quite similar, but it is a line that it is increasing, and that is the trajectory. But on the other hand, science tells us that by 2050 we have to be carbon neutral. Therefore, from today or from yesterday, hopefully, but very soon, we have to really be able to double fold that curve and to get to zero. And it is 30 years what we have ahead of us. What I would like to mention is that the pandemic is showing that we're living in a world that is in crisis. 2019, we talked about climate crisis. 2020, we talked about sanitary crisis. 2019 was also biodiversity crisis. Chile also had a social crisis. Therefore, we are in a world with crisis with high levels of uncertainty. And what I would like to express is to be able to solve these crises. It is fundamental to be watching it closely on behalf of on behalf of science, to be able to carry out all these uncertainties and to approach as successfully as possible all these crises. The road or path is full of obstacles, and the following specifically 10 years, these obstacles will be maintained. And we are living in a highly dynamic world, and science, I believe, will be playing and should be playing a very important role of going together with our societies to be able to serve these obstacles as best as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maisla, for that perspective and the urgency taking measures with regard to carbon emissions. We thank you also for sticking to the 20-minute time constraint. Thank you. Let me now introduce Daniel Klein. He is an attorney and an expert in climate change. He currently works at the UN climate change level, and he has been working at the Secretariat for over 7 years. He's been responsible for the coordination for a number of efforts, including the Paris Accords. From the interpreters, the speaker's sound is deficient. We're doing our best with her. Danielle, you have the floor. Welcome to the panel.
Sí, muchas gracias, maestra Sibel Villalobos, y un saludo a todos.
Thank you very much.
Greetings
Greetings all.
Solo saludar en español.
I just wanted to say hello in Spanish and also recognize Chief Justice Del Piano and the others who are with us. I'm going to try to share my screen.
Espero que sí funciona.
And I hope that this works.
Dígame si funciona, ok.
Yes, it seems that it is working.
Y entonces, sí tuve el privilegio de trabajar en la Secretaría de Transmisión sobre Cambio Climático para 11 años, de hecho.
Working for, in fact, 11 years for the UN system on climate change, culminating in the Paris Accords. That Professor Maisa Rojas referred to. The science of my presentation is called the UN climate change regime in the decisive decade of 2020 and 2030, and I will speak in English, but I know that the interpreters are outstanding. Thank you very much from the interpreters. And so I will now switch to
the UN climate change regime in the decisive decade, the coming 10 years, we already heard that these are very crucial. I've structured my presentation in 4 parts. Why decisive? The science, we already heard quite a lot by Maisa Rojas about the scientific background. Then go a bit more into detail about the key components of the Paris Agreement architecture or the regime. Thirdly, look at the Paris Agreement and the Framework Convention throughout that decade. What can we expect? And some conclusions in the end. You have seen this graph just in the presentation before. This is from the 1.5 special report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. As mentioned by Maisa Rojas, there are various pathways, but all have in common that more or less by 2050, we need to reach net zero emissions. And more than that, we need to move to negative emissions in the second half of the century. And it's also very clear and scientifically established that the slower we are in reducing those emissions, the more difficult it will be to compensate for that slow speed. And we are already very slow, as you all will be aware. So acceleration is absolutely critical in this decade. As, for example, Professor Johan Rockström here said already 5 years ago, basically the formula should be, broadly speaking, halving emissions every decade of the globe, of every country, of every citizen. It's a useful formula. It's very simplified, but that's what we should, at a minimum, have in mind for this critical decade we are in now. And on the right-hand side, you also see where we are now. Where we are already over 1.1 degree warming, and with current policies, we could even hit the 4 degrees at some point. If all pledges are fulfilled, we are better, but we need more optimistic scenarios even to come below 2 degrees, let alone 1.5. That's from the Climate Action Tracker. We also have every year the UNEP emissions gap report that expresses this again in a dramatic way. You see here the current policy scenarios are far above the 2 degrees range, with the nationally determined contributions being fully implemented, the unconditional ones. We still have a 32 gigaton CO2 emissions gap, and with the conditional ones fully implemented, conditional upon international support, we still have a 15 gigaton gap, and that's the latest UNEP gap report from the year that just passed, 2020. In the words of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, the decisions that we make now will determine the course of the next 30 years and beyond, and emissions must fall by half by 2030 and reach net zero emissions no later than 2050. And at the same time, we know that we are already 1.1 degree warmer and are not on track. The observations have shown that the last 10 years was the warmest decade on record. What is the international response? Maestad Rojas has already alluded to it. We have the Paris Agreement. It sits, legally speaking, under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, adopted in 1992, 3 years after the IPCC was established. The first legal attempt to curb emissions was done through the Kyoto Protocol. As you are aware, adopted in 1997, included only obligations for developed countries, industrialized countries, and set up a system of commitment periods, 5 years in the first commitment period and 8 years in the second commitment period, which did enter into force just before it expired, which is important to verify compliance, at least with these commitments, which are very modest, by those countries like the EU or Norway or others who remained in the Kyoto Protocol for the second commitment period. But most importantly, since 5 years ago, we had the anniversary a month ago, the countries of this world adopted the Paris Agreement. It entered into force in record speed. We have now 189 parties without the United States. In a couple of weeks, it is expected that the United States will re-enter the Paris Agreement under the new president. Then we will be at 190 parties. Just the general characteristics to recap: it's a legal instrument adopted under the Framework Convention. It's a fully fledged treaty under public international in its own right. We can see that from the content. It has party obligations, but also from the final clauses, ratification requirement, entry into force, and also indications, Article 15, that established the mechanism to promote compliance with its provisions. So compliance with provisions is in legal terms only possible with legal provisions that are internationally legally binding. Of course, the content depends on the wording and the crafting of these provisions. A second key characteristic was, at the outset of the negotiations, it must be universal. It must be applicable to all. One of the key elements that puts that into practice is the nationally determined contributions that each country itself brings to the table. We will look at that in a moment, and we can characterize its architecture as a hybrid approach. There are top-down guidance elements and then bottom-up action and support from the parties. What is this top-down guidance? It's very well known. The first part of the goal of Article 2, paragraph 1 of the Paris Agreement. Countries committed to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change by holding global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees and pursue efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. That's complemented by Article 4, paragraph 1, which sets the more specific goal of peaking of global emissions as soon as possible and a rapid decline thereafter in order to reach net zero emissions in the second half of the century. We should bear in mind that it says also an adaptation goal in that same article, which is to increase the ability of all countries to adapt to climate change impacts and to foster climate resilience. And thirdly, it also established a finance comprehensive finance goal to make all finance flows, not only public, private, all finance flows around the globe, consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development. And many international or national climate institutions are coming to grips how to contribute to make this goal a reality. Normative force is arguably the same for all these three elements of the goal. Another top-down guidance element are the principles. We know common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities already from the convention, UNFCCC. There was very strict, divided into Annex 1 countries, non-Annex 1 countries. This is not the case in the Paris Agreement anymore. It's implemented, CBDR is implemented in the light of different national circumstances, but it's still present. It's present in the leadership role by developed countries. It's present in the support that developing countries are entitled to receive, special circumstances of least developed countries, concept of equity. But very prominently, the Paris Agreement adds very strongly the notion of best available science, particularly in Article 14 around the global stocktake, which we will see in a moment. The precautionary principle was already underlying the Framework Convention, and two new concepts which were in this form not contained in the UNFCCC and the Kyoto Protocol is the principle of progression, so that countries have to come with efforts in regular intervals that are better than those that have done in the past. And secondly, they always, for each nationally determined contributions, have to come up with their highest possible ambition. It's Article 4, Paragraph 3 of the Paris Agreement. These top-down guidance which was collectively agreed by 196 parties in Paris, inform the individual action and support. Most notably, Article 4, the national determined contributions, which are to be communicated by each party to the Paris Agreement every 5 years. They need to adopt domestic mitigation measures which are aimed to achieve these NDCs. The first intended nationally determined contributions, INDCs, were received in 2015, and upon ratification, at least for the large majority of parties, they were converted into the first NDC. But at the same time, the Paris decision of 2015 also asks all parties to come forward with the next NDCs or updated NDCs in 2020. De facto, they are still coming in, and we didn't have a conference of the parties this year, so it will be very interesting what will be on the table in terms of new and updates by COP26 in Glasgow at the November this year. You can find these nationally determined contributions on the in the registry of the UNFCCC Secretariat. Just type in Google NDC registry. It's probably easier than going through the website. And they will also always find the latest numbers. We have 190 parties submitted their first NDCs, and already 8 submitted their second NDCs, which is a bit of a mix, sometimes an updated one, sometimes one that relates particularly to the second half of this decade, so 2025 and 26 onwards. As I said, we also have an adaptation goal, and all parties need to engage in adaptation planning and communicate an adaptation communication to the world, should do so, at least. And this will also play a role in our collective stocktake that we will look at the moment. And the support, as I mentioned, includes financial, technology, and capacity building support, notably the obligation of developed countries to provide and mobilize climate finance, not only public money, but also private investment. So the goal, already from Copenhagen and Cancun 10 years ago, is now enshrined. Well, it's set in the decision to mobilize $100 billion per year, but now we are really into the implementation. This is the first year of this decade. There are other elements also in the Paris Agreement, Article 5, about conserving, enhancing sinks and reservoirs, notably forests. Article 6 which include cooperative approaches, notably market mechanisms that should also support parties to increase their mitigation ambition in particular. This is the last element of the Paris Agreement, which is still under negotiation in terms of its details, hopefully to be concluded at the end of this year, the rules how this should operate. Article 8, loss and damage, pérdidas y daños, particularly recognition of this Warsaw mechanism and all the work that is already underway in enhancing understanding and supporting action support to address loss and damage. The mechanics of the Paris Agreement require, because the content of the national determined contributions is determined by each country itself, requires a collective look at regular intervals. How are we doing vis-a-vis the science? Science is evolving, we know more every year, and technology is evolving. Financial means sometimes are increasing, hopefully. So we need to do better every year and every year. So we can speak of an ambition cycle that the Paris Agreement aims to establish, starting with the communication of entities every 5 years, being looked at what the Paris Agreement calls the global stocktake, balance mondiale, every 5 years, with the first one coming in 2023, and then every 5 years thereafter, always against the goals, notably the mitigation goal of holding temperature well below 2 degrees, have peaking as soon as possible, etc. This is underpinned by something I haven't mentioned, the long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies. This is understood as strategies how to come, in particular, to carbon neutrality, for example, or emission neutrality by 2050, but also then how to get there. The principle that I mentioned earlier come into play here and may even play a role in national court claims that citizens or groups may bring forward against their own government, whether their own nationally determined contribution presented by the government is really reflecting the highest possible ambition and progression. So these principles may gain further support and normative force depending on how each NDC is embedded in national laws or not, and how precise, but certainly they have to inform the national determination of these contributions. And the principles of good science, best available science will inform the stocktake, underline the stocktake. Let's conclude by looking through the timeline of the 10 years. In green, you see the global stocktake, which goes through various phases, but culminates in 2023 at the COP, looking at these collective of the aggregated action of all countries. And that in turn, then in yellow, informs the next round of NDCs. At least that's the design of the Paris Agreement, and parties should come forward with the preparation of the next round of NDCs in 2025. And another milestone is then moving towards 2027, 2028 to the second global stocktake, and so forth every 5 years. This is informed by the latest science, notably the IPCC. We already, the 6th assessment report is already underway. This is the timeline before we had COVID. There may be some delays, but the IPCC remains committed that this AR6, how it's called, is available in time to inform this first global stocktaking. The findings will start coming out basically this year and next year. And in another cycle, there will be followed by the 7th assessment cycle. There will have to be some adjustments because the IPCC cycle is 7 years, and we actually need this information to inform the next global stocktake by 2027 already. Just mention also the transparency regime. So yes, we have collective assessment, but we also have individual obligations to report every second year. We already had a transparency system in the UNFCCC, but it was not really unified. So we had an enhanced transparency framework, and we see that kicking in full force 2023, 2024. By 2024, each and every country has to submit such a first biannual transparency report at the latest, which will go through a review by technical experts and has to include mandatory and some additional optional information. This is then every 2 years. This will be repeated. So the second and the third and the fourth, etc. So every 2 years we will go through, we will have the reports of the individual countries coming in, how they are doing. Last element of this overall overarching infrastructure is compliance. We know compliance already from the Kyoto Protocol. That was very strict, but as I said, covered only the industrialized countries. We will now see the true-up period for this second commitment period, where the Kyoto Protocol Compliance Committee will determine whether all of these countries did comply with their, as I mentioned, relatively modest targets. Under the Paris Agreement, we also have a implementation and compliance committee, which has a more facilitative character, but and has to develop some of its details still this year. But potentially from next year onward, will be in a position to at least check on the hard procedural obligations, mainly obligation of each country to submit an NDC and to submit mandatory reports and information to the Paris Agreement Conference of the Parties. And it can also identify issues of systemic nature. Negotiations go on. I said the Article 6 rule, the approaches will hopefully be concluded this COP in 2021. We still don't have common time frames for NDC, so a common length, for example. This is in theory. On paper, these negotiations are open for many years, but it is also decided that this needs to apply at the latest for the NDCs from 2031 onward. So also the sooner parties can agree here on common parameters, the better. And they will also start discussing from the end of this year a new finance goal from the floor of the $100 billion per year, and discuss how to move forward on the finance goal on the Article 2.1c that I mentioned earlier. The last aspect of this, let's say, regime I want to mention is the growing importance that the conferences and the whole international community attaches also to climate action. So yes, Paris Agreement only obliges sovereign states, but the non-state actors, so subnational governments, cities, private companies, and other private actors are becoming more and more active, and there's a growing recognition. There's some process around it. High-level champions are being appointed. You see here the current ones from Chile and from the United Kingdom that really try a lot to bring the action that is happening, let's say, on the ground, make it visible, and bring it to the international scene. So we see more and more coalitions of individual actors committing to achieving, for example, net zero emissions by 2050 or by 2040 earliest, and it really starts to cover all sectors. Industry, agriculture, shipping, transport, you name it. So this goes deep, and I watched a lot of the conferences now in the Race to Zero dialogues in November, and this will become more and more important. Concluding, we are in a decisive decade for our planet that will fundamentally determine our conditions of living and our survival as a human species. The science is very strong on this, and I haven't even spoken about the panel on biodiversity and other international panels coming up with their yearly reports and assessments. On the emission side, we must halve global emissions by 2030, global ones. So as many developing countries will not halve their emissions in this decade, the industrialist countries must even do more than just halving them. And all sectors basically must undergo fundamental transformation. So the direction of travel is net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and negative emissions thereafter. The international legal framework is agreed and it is operational. So the world's nations have signed up to the Paris Agreement goals. I mentioned that there are three components of these goals: mitigation, adaptation, and finance. And the Paris Agreement is operational. The nationally determined contributions and what must be communicated every 5 years is agreed. Adaptation planning also has operational decisions underlying it. Finance, technology, capacity, and for support has operational decisions underlying this. And these architectural processes, the global assessment and the reporting, the transparency regime, and the compliance regime also have their rules in place. So what is the focus? The focus is implementation. Implementation at the national level, even at the subnational level, of course, but taking the national level into focus here through legislation to participation. There's clearly a role for the judiciary, and it's growing, but this is not so much the topic of my talk now, but at least give you some pinpoints, as all countries must have domestic legal measures and policy measures in place. And there's a huge space for participation of stakeholders, and procedural rights, depending on the domestic context, can kick in here if the interests of parties or of stakeholders, indigenous peoples, groups, others are not included here. And as we've seen many cases coming up already now, where courts actually look at the substance of the measure. In the future, I would expect that the principle of highest possible ambition and progression could also be used by the courts, depending on the context. The climate science and how it's accepted and incorporated in the international regime informs these claims, informs also claims based on other rights, human rights notably. Professor Gerd Winter started speaking about this as well. We had some technical difficulties, but you're aware that there are courts, national, supranational, international courts already hearing cases where right to life, right to family life, right to health, to water, in some cases healthy environment, are connected with the climate change problematic. Rights of children, rights of future generations make these claims more plausible, and we see already claims being won, not only against governments, also against companies, of course. And I wanted to mention a last aspect. Companies and financial institutions are now also expected to align with the Paris goals. So we see more and more corporate strategies, policies, and plans in place that even pledge carbon neutrality by 2040 or 2050, or at least include climate proofing of risks and all the risks that are posed by climate change to their assets. So we can expect that there may be also more and more claims if there are violations of corporate laws or corporate or fiduciary duties by such entities. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation. Sorry, went a little bit over time. I'm open to questions afterwards. Thank you.
Bien, muchas gracias, Daniel, por esa visión.
Thank you, Daniel, for the view mechanisms and tools that you presented in terms of climate change. For the first time, I find a favorable sense of the word ambition. It is nice to have areas where we can have ambition and follow the goals. And in terms of time, we will immediately go to Christina Voigt's presentation. She is professor of the Department of Public and International Law in the University of Oslo. She is a specialist in environmental law, and she has been negotiator of the Norwegian country. She is vice president of the International Right Association and candidate for conservation of nature. Christina, thank you very much for being here with us. You're welcome, and you have your 20 minutes waiting for you.
Thank you very much, Justice Villalobos. Thank you for your kind words. And thank you to the organizers for putting together this very important fourth forum, an international environment or International Forum on Environmental Law. at this point of time, at this juncture, there is probably no topic that is more relevant and timely to be discussed, including amongst lawyers. And a wonderful hello from a very cold evening here in Oslo. I tried to share my screen. Let me see if that works. Can you see it? Yeah. So I will focus on my talk a little bit on the European context when discussing the role of law in addressing climate change. But I've been listening very carefully, and I think it's very interesting, and a lot can be learned by listening, from other colleagues from other parts of the world of how they use law in that global fight against climate change. Now, what I'll do in my brief talk, and I'll try to stay to 20 minutes, is very, very roughly addressed to where we need to go, but Maïssa and Daniel have already said a lot about this. And then I'll give you some examples of climate legislation in Europe, which are very similar to the Chilean Climate Act that Maïssa introduced a little earlier. And then I'll talk about climate litigation and what's going on in Europe in this field, just by giving you some example, because there is so much happening that I could use an entire hour talking about climate litigation. And finally, I'll offer some reflections about the social role of law and lawyers and justices in the fight against climate change. As I said, to make it brief, I just want to make 2 points about where we need to go. The first point is that this is written squarely into the Paris Agreement in Article 2, which talks about, amongst other things, about holding the increase in temperatures to well below 2 degrees centigrade and even down to 1.5 degrees. Now, this doesn't really tell us very much of what exactly needs to be done. And this is where Article 4 comes in, which Daniel already talked about, which says more clearly that to meet that goal, or to not overstep that guardrail of staying well below 2 degrees, what is required is immediate peaking of emissions, understanding that developing countries might take a little longer, and then rapid reductions with a view to achieving the balance between emissions and removals the second half of the century. And this again, and you saw in the previous slide that with red I indicated informed by best available science, this is where the IPCC comes in, and especially the report on 1.5 degrees warming, which squarely lays out that reaching that goal means the reduction of global greenhouse gas, CO2 emissions, to net zero by 2050. And net zero means that not everything, of course, can be reduced to zero, but what we can't reduce to zero has to be balanced and removed by uptakes in forest or soils, or technical solutions like carbon capture and storage. But we have to have a net sum of zero. And importantly, as Maïssa also indicated, the longer we wait until we get to net zero, and the longer we emit in the meantime, the more we have to get to negative emissions below zero in the second half of the century. That later part hasn't really sunk in entirely of what that includes and what that means for the world in general to stay in the negative side of emissions until 2100. But this is what science tells us, and I think this is something we have to chew quite a bit on in order to make this comprehensible. So where we need to go is immediate reductions of emissions to reach global carbon neutrality around 2050, full decarbonization of the global economy, which also means that some countries may need longer to get there, which in turn means that those countries that can reduce their emissions and have significantly contributed to climate change have to go down as soon as possible. There is no time, there is no excuse for any delays anymore in order to enable everyone to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, which also means increased removals either in forest or lands, or as I said, in bio energy with carbon capture or carbon capture and storage. And then after 2050, carbon neutrality. So this is very important to understand where we need to go in order to understand what role the law has to play in this context. Now, Daniel gave this very comprehensive overview over the Paris Agreement, and I assume that most of you know that the legal obligation that states have, or the core legal obligation, is to submit and to communicate these NDCs every 5 years. But the content, what the countries write into their NDC, the substance, that is not legally binding. That is something they have to report on, and they have to provide information, but it's not legally binding under international law. What the emission reduction targets are that countries determine on their own and put into the NDC and then communicate to the world. And this is exactly where domestic and national legislation comes in. Because the Paris Agreement is an international agreement, countries that are now parties, hopefully 190 soon, had to ratify or accept that agreement and have to implement their international obligations into domestic legal systems, laws, regulations, what have you. And many, many countries have done that so far, or still in the process of including their targets, their timetables, their reference points that they communicate internationally under the NDCs in their national legislation, in their national acts and regulations. They set up processes, they set up national institutions, they set up national reporting requirements to the parliament, for example, and they define their national level of ambition. And here these principles of progression and highest possible ambition come in. So we find them reflected in domestic climate laws. And this is what makes them legally binding, something we don't have under international law, but we see this now coming in domestic legal systems. That is what makes them binding. And once they're legally binding, as you know, it also becomes legally or judicial reviewable by courts, depending, of course, how it is written into domestic laws, and that differs from country to country. But we've seen a lot of examples and more examples coming forward where courts, judges actually look at these national legislations and look at whether what governments do is consistent with what they themselves agree to in their domestic laws. Just to talk a little bit about climate legislation in Europe, and you see that slide which I put on the right-hand side, which indicates the color in the dot indicates the darker it is, the higher the greenhouse gas emissions are from these respective European countries. And the bigger the dot is, the larger is the number of climate acts and laws that these countries have adopted. So you see a correlation of a lot of dark dots, which means that those countries which emit a lot of greenhouse gases seem also to have the highest numbers of legislation acts that deal with the various aspects of climate change. And as you know, climate change is something that cuts across all sectors, where transport or building or agriculture. So we have a lot of different legal instruments that deal with different aspects of climate change. I just very briefly want to run through 4 examples. And we see kind of the same structure in all these 4 examples. The first one is the first climate act that we had in Europe. That's the Climate Act of the United Kingdom from 2008 already, which fairly recently was updated, and now it contains the legally binding target of net zero emissions from 2050. So we have that target from the Paris Agreement, informed by science, which is not in a strict sense legally binding under the international law, but it is included in a domestic act, and here it becomes legally binding. The UK Act also establishes 5-year carbon budgets in order to meet that long-term target and to enhance the level of ambition every 5 years, similar to what then the Paris Agreement did. And it sets up reporting requirements by the ministers to the parliament. And importantly, and that's something that goes across all sorts of different acts, it sets up the Climate Change Committee, an independent expert body in order to advise the government. Then a couple of years later, we had the second Climate Act in Europe that was adopted by Denmark in 2014, which does not include a carbon neutrality target. Maybe that's something Denmark should think about and maybe revise that act a little bit. But it sets up the overarching strategic framework for a low emission society. And again, it establishes transparency and reporting requirement. And similar to the UK Act, also in Denmark, an independent academic climate council is established, again, in order to advise the government on the development of climate policies. And it sets also 5-year targets, shorter term targets, and 10-year national targets. 2 more acts, one from 2015 from Finland, which sets up the legally binding target of 80%. So again, we have a quantitative target which becomes legally binding through national legislation. It's similar to the other acts that has a planning and monitoring system and provides these plans that are meant to increase over time, and also establishes an expert body to support planning of climate policy. I think this is an interesting development that all these countries seem to rely on academic and civil society input by setting up these independent bodies, committees or panels. And finally, my own country, Norway, has adopted its Climate Change Act in 2018, so it's the most recent one. It also includes the carbon neutrality target now in 2050. It's framed as a low carbon society, but it has recently been amended to include a carbon neutrality target by 2050, and again has reporting requirements towards the parliament and sets up 5-year plans. So this is an interesting development where law in terms of legislation is a tool that takes the Paris Agreement, because all these acts refer to the Paris Agreement, and puts it squarely into the domestic legal framework and makes these targets legally binding and enforceable and judicially reviewable. And then finally, within the supra-regional level, the European level, we have an interesting development. You may have heard about the European Green Deal, which is the environmental deal, environmental policy cutting across biodiversity and all sorts of environmental challenges within Europe. It contains references to carbon neutrality, to biodiversity, circular economy, but amongst many things, it also contains the proposal for a European climate law. And that law, and it's a proposal so far, there's still one final step missing to adopt it, but that law, and I just wanted to show you this here, in Article 1 talks about or sets out a binding objective of climate neutrality in the European Union by 2050 in pursuit of the long-term temperature goal set out in the Article 2 of the Paris Agreement. So this is a very specific, very clear example of how the Paris Agreement is taken and put into this regional European law, which becomes binding once it is adopted. And this is just continued and made more specific in Article 2. This is a recent development and something that is very interesting to follow. So going or leaving legislation, moving in my last couple of minutes to litigation. Of course, this is a fascinating development in your part of the world as much as everywhere else, it seems, where climate cases are just mushrooming and are being heard by many, many courts. There are many different types of cases. There are a lot of claims and suits against governments, against states, but we also, or state entities, but we also have climate litigation against corporations and even against individuals. So there's thousands of cases, most of them in the United States, but also, of course, all over the world, we see an increase in numbers. I will only briefly talk about these cases that deal with, that are brought against governments and deal with emission reductions or with human rights. And I just give you some example, but you see from that whole line that there are all sorts of cases that also deal with procedural requirements of environmental impact assessment, access to information, public assembly rights, biodiversity protection, where it links back with climate change, and so forth. So there's a whole host of different cases that are currently being brought and tried, and some have been decided all over the world. And this is a graph from the 7th Center of Climate Law with Columbia University in New York. The four cases that I want to very briefly mention are from the Netherlands, from Ireland, from Norway, and then a supranational case at the European Court. Thank you. At European Court of Human Rights. The Agenda case, you may have heard about it because it was the first of its kind and it raised a lot of attracted a lot of attention, was brought by the Agenda Foundation, a civil society foundation. It's a made of words, contained urgent agenda, a foundation which took upon itself to bring a case against the state of the Netherlands, claiming that the ambition, the climate ambition of the Netherlands climate policy was too low. And the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, in the final instance in 2019, decided the case to the benefit of the claimants, the Agenda Foundation, and found that yes, indeed, the Netherlands did not act in accordance with its duty of care under Netherlands or Dutch law in having an ambitious enough climate policy and raise the ambition from 20 to 25% of emission reductions by 2030. And the Supreme Court also found that by having a non-ambitious climate policy, the state of the Netherlands was violating the Article 2 and 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights. That's the right to life and the right to private life. So that was a very important case, and it has had repercussions ever since. The second case was decided by the Supreme Court of Ireland, brought against the government of Ireland by Friends of the Irish Environment. And that case concerned an implementation act of the Irish National Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Act. And that implementation of mitigation plan that was so unclear, it was very difficult to understand what exactly is the government going to do in order to implement the act. And in the final instance, the government, the Supreme Court said that an act has to be sufficiently specific and clear, and therefore squashed the mitigation plan just because it was not clear enough. So that's a very important finding, because it said you can't just say something where nobody understands what it is. You have to be very specific, very clear of how exactly you're going to implement your national acts and legislation. The third case was just recently decided here in my own country, in Norway, by the Supreme Court. That was not exactly a success, but it was nevertheless a very interesting case. Greenpeace brought a case against the government of Norway, claiming that licenses to look for more oil and gas reservoirs in the Barents Sea, up far in north, these licenses would lead to more production of oil and gas, and that would contribute to climate change. And thereby, handing out the licenses, the government of Norway was violating a constitutional provision to a right to a clean and healthy environment. Now, the Supreme Court of Norway, just right before Christmas, on the 22nd of December last year, decided this case. It did not follow the appeal, and it was decided in favor of the government of Norway, but primarily upon the reasoning that the provision in the constitution, the Norwegian constitution, does not contain a judicially reviewable right. That was a surprise to really everyone who worked in Norway on constitutional law, because the constitution says that every person has a right. Now the Supreme Court says this cannot be reviewed by the Supreme Court only in circumstances or situations where the government acted ultra vires or with bad intentions. So this is almost never, but it was nevertheless a very interesting case to follow, although it was unsuccessful. And finally, maybe the most recent and most exciting development is a case which was brought by those 6 children and young persons that you see here on my slide from Portugal to the European Court on Human Rights. European Court on Human Rights is kind of the equivalent to the Inter-American Court on Human Rights in your part of the world. And these 6 children brought this case against 33 member states to the European Convention on Human Rights, including Norway, by the way, and claiming that by not having high ambitious climate targets, these 33 states are violating the right to life and the right to private life of these children and young adults, because they're facing a certain uncertain future, a future that is defined by climate impacts. This case recently was
One extra
accepted.
minute.
Thank you. By the European Court on Human Rights, and will be heard in the months to follow. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see whether and how the European Court on Human Rights is actually deciding this case. Just let me wrap up in that last minute. So what I said was that the Paris Agreement, informed by science, by the IPCC, sets very clear climate goals, for example, of carbon neutrality by 2050. Now, lawmaking is happening, legislation, but it is slow. It's a slow process to translate those international targets into national law in order to make them legally binding. But we have some examples that I showed you. Now, political action is also coming about, but it is still slow. It is still inefficient. It's still inadequate, and partly not in line with the Paris Agreement, or not even in line with national constitutional or other legal provisions. And this is the role where the judicial system comes in, where lawyers, where judges, where justices come in, because they're asked and tasked to hold governments accountable to their constitutional or other climate laws, for example, in the governments of Ireland case. And they're holding governments accountable to their commitments under international law. Of course, that depends on the legal system in place, but international law can be and has been used to interpret constitutional national provisions, or to interpret a duty of care, due diligence obligations, for example, or human rights obligations. So these international provisions and principles that we have, for example, progression and highest possible ambition, can and should and have been used as legal interpretative tools for domestic climate cases. So law, legislation, and litigation have a crucial role to play in that rapid, sustained, and effective transformation that we need to see towards a decarbonized world. And then, as Daniel said, we have really 1 decade left to turn the wheel, to turn this all about, the crucial decade. And law and lawyers are an important tool in that process. It's a governance tool to bring about change. And in light of slow legislative and processes, judges and courts are asked to play a much more progressive role. I know that Justice Antonio Benjamin from Brazil wasn't able to attend, but he spoke very highly and very passionately about the role of lawyers in that fight. And he said it's an inevitable topic that lawyers need to engage, and judges and courts need to engage. There are challenges to the judiciary, yes, of course, the urgency of the problem, the amount of scientific data, the balance of power. These are all questions that need to be asked and answered, but it should not prevent the judiciary from engaging in that important fight. Who else? Who else, if not the third pillar of power, can make a difference where legislation and political will is slow or missing? Because, and I just want to finish with the words of the Portuguese children that have brought this case to the European Court of Human Rights, because it is an emergency like no other. Thank you very much.
Cristina, muchísimas gracias por esa perspectiva de la
Thank you
relevancia.
very much, Christina, for that very important presentation on domestic processes and international processes. Each country, of course, has specific responsibility and specific actions, and this has been a fascinating presentation, fast-paced, but very interesting. Thank you very much. Lastly, let me introduce our final speaker, who is a geographer and a specialist in climate risk management. He has worked in Latin America, Asia, and elsewhere. He is currently the director of climate at the WMO and leads the risk reduction team within the UNDP and has worked with the World Bank. Max, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. You have 20 minutes. Thank you, Madam Justice, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. And I am thrilled to be able to speak here on behalf of the World Meteorological Organization. If you will allow, I will be speaking in English so that I can be more specific and hopefully more efficient in the use of time.
La pantalla.
Let me share my screen.
¿Lo ven?
Can you see that? Yes.
It's perfect.
Okay. Just a brief bit of context for the 10 slides that I'm going to present. The World Meteorological Organization is the United Nations system's authoritative voice on weather, water, and climate. And every year, with contributions from our member states, as well as the experts in the WMO network, we prepare a report on the state of the global climate, and we submit it to the United Nations Framework on Climate Change Convention. And the reports that we submit complement the IPCC reports that some of the other panelists have presented. So the data for the last 2 months in 2020 are still being processed, but I'll present some information from our provisional report, which we just released a month ago in December, that shows the current state of the climate. And I think this will support what some of the other panelists have been saying in terms of the urgency required now for action. So this is the temperature trend from pre-industrial times to today. And when we recall that the ambition of the Paris Agreement is to keep the increase to 1.5 to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, already in 2020, it's one of the 3 warmest years on record with an average global temperature of about 1.2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. And that is despite a La Nina event, which is underway now, which I'll talk about later, which normally would dampen the warming trend slightly. The preliminary data for 2020 suggests that 2020 will be virtually tied with 2016. And 2019 as the 3 warmest years. And 2016 was a year when we had an El Nino event, which tends to increase the global temperature, and which up until that point was indeed the warmest year on record. So now El Nino, La Nina, it doesn't seem to matter. The temperature just keeps going up and up. The first thing I'll show on this slide, if you see in the lower left that blue blob over the ocean right off the coast of Chile, that's the La Nina. So it's such a large area of cool ocean surface temperatures that it does reduce the global average slightly. But we also see in the upper right, in the Arctic, that there was a very high degree of warming. The warmest temperature ever recorded above the Arctic Circle was in Siberian Arctic in Verkhoyansk. It was 38 degrees in June. That's you know, unheard of. So the warming is not you know, uniform, obviously, and some parts of the planet, particularly the Arctic, are becoming global warming hotspots. Now, as has already been explained, this is the warming is being driven by increases in the levels of the principal so-called greenhouse gases, methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide. And we see that all 3 of those reached record levels in 2019, which is the last year for which we have measurements for concentrations in the atmosphere. And Dr. Rojas explained very clearly the difference between emissions and concentrations. The emissions are, when the gases come into the atmosphere, but the concentrations are what the parts per million actually are as a result of the emissions. And I won't talk much about the effect of COVID. That was also already previously covered, but just to put the variations in the concentrations in the atmosphere due to COVID into perspective, the effect of all of those emissions reductions due to the slowdown in economic activity on concentrations of the gases in the atmosphere is less than the interannual variation that you see in the little green lines that are going up and down that are caused by the seasonality in the year where the vegetation absorbs carbon dioxide and other gases and then releases it again. 90%, over 90% of the heat that's trapped by those gases is absorbed by the oceans. And in 2019, which is again the most recent data that we have, the ocean heat content was at record levels for all the different depths in the ocean. And 80% of the global ocean surface experienced what we call a marine heat wave in 2020. And over half of those were moderate to severe. The warming is causing of the oceans is causing a thermal expansion, and that combined with the melting of the sea ice and the continental ice is causing a steady increase in sea level rise. We had a little bit of a decline of that in 2020 because of the La Nina event that I mentioned. La Nina tends to cause more of the global precipitation to fall on the land surfaces than it does in the ocean. And then there's a lag before all that precipitation comes back to the ocean again. And that's why the La Nina tends to dampen this upward trend just slightly. But like the global temperature, the sea level rise is not uniformly distributed all over the entire ocean. And in some parts of the ocean, it's much, much higher than the global average. And this is important because if you are a small island developing state or a low-lying or highly urbanized coastal area in these regions where the sea level is rising much faster, obviously the implications are much more severe than the global average trend. The Arctic sea ice, as I mentioned, this 2020, the minimum extent was the second lowest on the record. And this shows the precipitation anomalies that occurred in 2020 because of the acceleration of the hydrological cycle. The green areas were areas that in many cases experienced flooding, like in China, for example, and across West Africa, whereas the brown areas are areas that experienced drought. And in South America, there was severe drought over most of the year in northern Argentina and Paraguay and western and southern Brazil, as you see there. So it's hitting close to home. And there was also a major heat wave in September and October, especially in Brazil. And I think previously in 2019, you had some record temperatures in Chile, if I remember correctly. So I'm almost at the end here. Yes, I already covered this. This just shows some of the fires associated with the drought that I mentioned. I'll just conclude by saying that obviously, you know, these trends in the hydrometeorological indicators have impacts, and there were 10 million displacements that were recorded in South and Southeast Asia and the Horn of Africa due to hydrometeorological hazards and disasters. And perhaps even more disturbingly, the Food and Agriculture Organization recorded an increase in global hunger after many years and decades of improvements in that indicator. And they attribute a good part of that increase in global hunger to hydrometeorological factors. So we're seeing human impacts now, and of course the impacts on wildlife. This last bullet is just from Australia that recorded because of the fires that they had, that displacement and loss of wildlife. I don't know how they estimate these things, but of 2.5 billion animals. So I'll just conclude by saying that over 70 WMO members contributed information for what I just presented, including Chile, I should add, along with United Nations agencies that particularly contribute on the impacts. And that, as I mentioned, these reports, which we prepare annually, complement the findings of the IPCC. So it is a situation that does require urgent action, and it was very interesting to listen to the other panelists talk about some of the ways that that is being done and that could be done through judicial channels. So it's been a pleasure to be here, and I'll conclude my remarks there. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Max. Esta presentación nos ha permitido...
Thank you very much, Max. We can see how climate change is evolving in our geography, in our spaces, in the spaces in which we interact with our environment, and making distinctions and identifying when we feel that we are victims of the consequences of not being able to appropriately control the rising world temperature. So this is certainly a call to attention, if not to arms, in the figurative sense, in terms of moving forward in a conversation that is certainly regulatory, scientific, and therefore highly scientific and technical in both senses. And this presentation has brought those two things together very concisely. Thank you very much, Max. It's been lovely to have you on the panel. We have a few more minutes available to us for a question and answer session. Let me start with Maisa, and I'll try to merge together some of these questions. Actually, maybe not. The first question is what you envision for environmental courts in terms of Chile's domestic law. That's one question. And the second has to do with key actions that you envision to be able to make progress. And the question is whether closing the hydroelectric plants is sufficient or not. I don't know if I have an answer to the first question. In terms of the second, I think it's urgent for this bill to be passed. We need this new legislation, and that is why we need to see progress. It needs to move forward effectively. We need to have legislation that works. In terms of CR2. Now, Daniel Klein's presentation was very clear on the structure of this ratcheting mechanism of the ambition every 5 years. All of those elements are within the new bill here in Chile. It also seeks to link the global goals to the national goals and see how that would be implemented sectorally and then spread out regionally throughout the country. So there's a structure there that would need to operate. Our objective in providing this technical support is to ensure that this happens, that we are able to get carbon neutrality, again, which is the end goal of the law, and to have a more resilient country. Now, the role of environmental courts in this context, I don't think that I'm in a position to give a clear response, as I don't really know how those courts operate, but I would expect that they would. The Paris Agreement, perhaps I'm not going to say this right, but each country sets its own ambition. So in that sense, it's a bottom-up system, which is different from Kyoto, which was top-down. But once we have a law in place that will require, for example, biannual reports that everything is working with a system of transparency and so forth, whether it's a carrot or the stick, so to speak, the stick does have a role to play, and I would assume that the stick role would be that one that would fall to the courts, assuming all of the goodwill of the country, that climate change must be addressed. It must be addressed because it will enable us to build a better country, to improve the well-being of our people at the end of the day. Thank you very much for that response, Maisa. Daniel, we have several questions for you as well, but we have several, but I'm going to ask you just one. That has to do with these principles and international instruments that you've shared with us. To what extent can they be applied to private players, to private actors? And is it possible to take legal action in that regard? Are these agreements enforceable in the private sector?
Okay, muchas gracias. Estaba escuchando la pregunta en español, pero voy a contestar en inglés.
I will answer in English.
So the principles of the Paris Agreement itself are not directly applicable to private actors, of course. Even not maybe directly applicable to states, but they're normative force and can be interpreted. But that said, I see, at least I see various avenues how private actors can be held accountable. First of all, as Christiana explained, if it's translated into national laws, goals that the state wants to achieve. Usually these laws also include monitoring obligations for and translate into targets for their own companies, etc. So indirectly, one can imagine that in court cases, for example, the government is also held accountable to hold their own national companies accountable. And we know that also from human rights cases. So it's not only that the government is obliged not to violate the right of life, but if it doesn't act against murderers in the country, that's an obvious case. If they are private, then still it violates positive obligations of the state. And turning that a bit further, in extreme cases, of course, there have been cases also in Latin America, I think, in terms of pollution, in terms of where serious violations of human rights happened through private actors. And there can be scenarios where then this can also be held accountable for in connection to climate change. And there is, for example, the case in Germany against a big energy company that is linked to glacier meltings in Peru, and maybe Christiana knows more about that case. So we can already start to see connections being made in that sense. And the final point I want to make is the last aspect that I highlighted, that more and more companies and financial actors are expected to include climate risks and climate friendly policies into their whole business model, into their operational guidelines. And then we will very soon see more and more cases where the companies are held accountable by their own shareholders or external if they don't make efforts at least to align with the Paris Agreement goals.
Muchísimas gracias, Daniel. Tengo entendido que a nivel de la
Thank you
OECD.
very much, Daniel. I understand that the OECD is also providing tools for the private sector to perform better. I also have many questions for Christina. I will try to summarize. There is interest in two important aspects: the challenges and environmental litigation, and which are the principles that you believe that environmental law should do when there is a litigation in climate change aspects?
This is a very interesting question, but also a very difficult question to answer, because it really depends on the legal system that we're looking at. And as you know, it differs from country to country. How the legal system is structured. But we are seeing a very strong push towards rights-based litigation currently, where rights-based norms, either constitutional provisions or provisions from for example, the European Convention on Human Rights, but this is also replicated within the American context and the Inter-American Court on Human Rights and its jurisdiction, where human rights are being used as a means to be reinterpreted or interpreted in the light of the climate challenge, even though, for example, in the European Convention on Human Rights, there is no mentioning of environment, let alone climate change. It's not there at all. But the right to life, right to health, right to private life are interpreted in an environmental and a climate change context now. And this is a development which may be the most promising ones, because when it comes to human rights, we have institution, we have long-standing practice by courts, and now it's all focused into a new context. Another one, so rights-based litigation, another aspect or principle that we see is the one of due diligence that applies both to states but also to private enterprises, and Daniel has alluded to it. Enterprises do not function in a legally free or vacuum space, but they have their own obligations, and one of them is to conduct their businesses in a diligent manner. And here due diligence comes in as a legal principle very squarely, and it's being now interpreted in the light of what climate science tells us. And I think that interface between science and law is very interesting. It's very important, because many of the legal principles are very general and abstract, but they're now being seen and interpreted in the light of what science tells us, which is a bit of a challenge for lawyers and judges to grasp with all the graphs and and numbers. But it's a fascinating development where the IPCC reports are referred to in judicial judgments and are used really to give meaning to legal terms.
Muchas gracias. Una respuesta clara, apasionada.
Thank you. That was a clear, passionate response and full of challenges. Thank you very much. And Max, I also have very complex questions for you. Maisa.
Oh, good.
Or Max. You commented that hunger is one of the consequences of climate change, but at the same time in the world, we have seen a tremendous amount of loss of food. Do you think that there is area to interact and put together these things and to resolve both? And the other interesting question is related to, you talked about human displacement due to climate and now reinforced by the pandemic. So what happens with animal displacement? What happens when different species need to be displaced? Because that is their response, the adaptation that they have. How will this be favoring the non-human displacements?
Okay, let me try to answer those two, as you said, complex questions. The attribution of hunger and food insecurity to climatic causal factors is not straightforward, because if we just take an example like a drought, that drought is interacting with vulnerabilities of the system through which people access food in the situation. And so when we have a drought in Brazil, like the one I showed, it's less likely to be associated with food insecurity than it would be if it's in, let's say, the Horn of Africa, where the vulnerabilities are much higher. So WMO, where I work, only tracks the climatological causal factors. The Food and Agriculture Organization, of course, has to decide to what degree those climatic factors are associated with these hunger outcomes. And these other factors, access, nutritional related characteristics of the population, healthcare, and so on, all would play a role in those outcomes. It's not just a climate related phenomenon. But then, of course, I'll just jump from there to the second question. Climate is not the only stress factor. The global pandemic and the economic consequences of that is now another negative stressor that is adding to some of these problems. And that, if anything, the negative consequences of the pandemic on the economies were probably a bit of relief for some of the environmental indicators like species well-being, because there was just less pressure on the environment, at least briefly, because of the reduction in the emissions and industrial activity and so on. So there are analyses in the IPCC that I won't try to summarize about the degrees to which animals and plants and ecosystems can adapt before they start to experience irreversible losses. And there are a massive extinction episode underway right now, which is not all due to climate. It's due to plenty of other socioeconomic pressures as well, but climate is certainly, again, a contributing factor to that.
Thank you very much, Max. Certainly, these are all very hard to digest, not only for people on the day-to-day activity, but also to specialists that have been confronted to this type of challenges. This is an unmeasurable challenge, I believe. We cannot even view the real dimension of the task that comes ahead of us. And this is, I'm saying it on a personal basis, really, because it is an individual, a national, and international challenge at all levels. Okay, we are just on time, so I would like to thank our wonderful panelists. Without your participation, this forum would have not had the wonderful participation. It has been an amazing privilege to share this session with you, and we would like to invite you to the afternoon session. and the following subjects. Thank you very much. I hope you have a very good afternoon. We want to thank the participants in this second panel, and we will now have a pause. We will reconvene at 15:30, 3:30 p.m. on the third panel, which is about indigenous peoples, and the fourth International Forum on Environmental Justice. Good afternoon, and we will reconvene soon.
Estamos fuera, muchas gracias.
Oye, realmente...
¿Estás seguro, Roberto?
Sí, realmente agradecerle. I really appreciate your contribution. It was really fantastic, and I enjoyed it so much.